without having been given appointment letters. But even when they got the appointment letters, they still do not have their salaries. They do not even know when to expect.
What we have is the merge of several factors, all underlying the issue of systemic failure of the healthcare system. So you have an issue of understaffing coming together with an issue of mistreatment of intern doctors, where they stay for months without being posted.
And this even comes as police say they've launched investigations into the matter.
Around 10:30, a suicide incident that was reported to the station, which was reported to Gatundu police station. And officers from this station went to the scene, which is around 600 meters from the station, in an apartment within Gatundu town. And we established that there was a lady aged 27 years, about 27 years, who had committed suicide.
And the Energy Committee of the National Assembly has said that Adani Airport Holdings Limited's controversial proposal to take over and renovate the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport should be stopped with immediate effect. The committee, led by David Kosing, has instructed the Director General of the Kenya Airports Authority not to allow Adani to implement any projects in the country until the committee submits its report to Parliament at the end of October. The committee has raised concerns about Adani's intention to be awarded contracts in various sectors. According to the committee, Adani has obtained a contract to manage Shif and Ketrako, a situation that raises public concern. While in front of the committee, Treasury CS John Badi has admitted that there are loopholes in the contract given to Adani. However, he has called on Parliament to pay close attention to the issue in order to maintain good relations between Kenya and foreign investors.
The authorities, those with the responsibility, opportunity to look at this matter, process it further. If the courts will allow or clear the runway, let me repeat again, then let it be concluded in a manner that is objective, so that no party feels hurt. The processes need to be very clear so that any investor out there would not treat Kenya as a hostile ground for investment, because we have also to be careful. If we do it in a way that would send signals that this is a country that does not support direct foreign investment, then we are running the risk of in future not attracting investment. But that does not mean we don't have to be careful about how we go about it. The only thing I'm saying is we need to do it in a way that is so objective and so clear that anyone out there who is still interested in this country knows that we have laws and the legal framework that operates.
It should be noted that the court on September 9th suspended all plans to hand over JKIA to Adani until the case presented by the Kenya Human Rights Commission and LSK's had and determined. LSK and KHRC argue in their submissions that JKIA was listed to the foreign company without adequate consultation. The company last week denied the information that JKIA has already been listed for 30 years. And in the international scene, an Israeli airstrike on the southern suburbs of Beirut on Tuesday killed a Hezbollah commander who has a leading figure in its rocket division. Two security sources in Lebanon say that fears of all full-fledged war in the Middle East mounted. The sources identified the commander, who was killed, as Ibrahim Kabaisi. The attack, in which 6 people were killed, dealt another blow to the Iran-backed group, which has faced a series of setbacks at the hands of Israel over the past week. The pressure of Hezbollah has increased fears that nearly a year of conflict will explode and destabilize the oil-producing Middle East, where a conflict between Hamas and Israel is already raging in Gaza with no end in sight. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot?
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to, she's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It's Wednesday. It is. All right. What's happening on the streets where you are this morning? Coming in from the thicker superhighways, probably where we see the most of the action right about now. But again, I think we're just at the beginning of it all. Let's see what comes up when you're coming through Westlands in a short while. But moving through the city this morning is not a problem. We're starting off Wednesday off right. Talk to us through it and let's see how we get into Wednesday proper. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation.
It is. How are you doing? Welcome to Wednesday. If you're still on Tuesday, karibu sana. If you're late Wednesday, karibu pia sana. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to me.
Indeed.
How was your day yesterday?
My day was great.
You remember it? This one you remember?
This one I do remember.
Very good.
Yeah. I saw somebody you know. I was with somebody you know. And so the person said to say hi to you, but I can't tell you who it is.
Do I know them?
Yes, you do.
Okay. It's somebody I know?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And they know me?
Yes.
Do they owe me money?
No.
Okay.
You don't want if they don't owe you money.
Me, I want people who owe me money and you meet them and they tell you
Eric namuona.
Pesa yangu mwambie pesa yake. Nakumbuka tu deni yake.
No, but amesema nikusalimie vizuri sana. Nitakwambia baadaye ni nani.
Sawa.
Nikisema saa hii utakuwa.
Nimesalimika sana. Mwambie hofu na mashaka ni kwa we. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's true. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today on this beautiful Wednesday. At 7 o'clock, we'll be joined by Senator Tabitha Mutinda. She is the Vice Chair of the Finance and Budget Committee of the Senate. Now, county budget crunch. How will counties cope? So, Senate has not finalized that story. So, basically, there are pieces of legislation. It starts with the Division of Revenue Bill.
Yes.
Division of Revenue is where now we are like our country's revenue budget is going to be 4 trillion shillings. This much will go to counties, this much will go to the national government. Okay? That is passed. And then the budget is passed. And then there's something that goes now to the Senate. Once the money has been akubaliwad, it's 400 billion shillings that goes to the counties.
Yeah.
The Senate deals with another bill called the County Allocation of Revenue Bill. Okay. Where now they start dividing. So how much is going to county per county? See, not all counties are receiving the same amount. There's some money that is equitable that cuts across. And then now you start applying the formulas that now mean that Nairobi gets this, Turkana gets that, Lamu gets the other, and so on and so forth. Now, because Sigei and say to Lekata finance bill, that's what we are told. Now we had to revise our budget. Because of revising the budget now, the Division of Revenue Bill had to be revised. Because of that, then the CARA has to also be revised. Now, since July, national government is just cooling its money, but counties have not received a shilling.
Counties have not received a shilling since the beginning of the year.
Yep.
As in, we're talking about the financial year.
Yep.
Have not received money.
Of their shareable revenue. Yes.
Going into the 4th month.
Yes. So, Vice Chair of Finance.
Changing theme, safe harvesting and storage, bigger profits. Get hands-on with cutting-edge tech, unlock the secrets of safe storage, and dive into farm-to-fork innovations. Rub shoulders with top players from seed companies, mechanization pros, storage experts, and more, all under one roof. Farmers, MSMEs, researchers, investors, this event is tailor-made for you. It's your shot to elevate your farm and maximize your gains. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be part of the action at the Farm Kenya Expo. Brought to you by Farm Kenya. Powering the future of farming, transforming lives.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 14, highs of 24 and lows of 12. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 13 in a partly cloudy Nakuru. It's 14 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 23 and lows of 13, and we'll see lows of 11 in a mostly clear Eldoret going to highs of 24. It's 24 and sunny already in Mombasa with highs of 30 and lows of 23, and we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 24 in a partly sunny Malindi. It's 19 and clear in Kisumu with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 17. Kampala is cloudy at 19 with highs of 28 and lows of 17, while Dar es Salaam at 23 is sunny with highs of 30. And we're looking into a mostly cloudy Johannesburg at 15 with highs of 26 and lows of 14. Mogadishu, partly sunny at 25 with highs of 30. And at 12 degrees, Addis Ababa is sunny with highs of 21 and lows of 11. We're looking into mostly cloudy Lagos at 25 with highs of 29, and Kinshasa is raining this morning at 23 with highs of 32. Into Wednesday afternoon, it's mostly sunny at 24 in Beijing with highs of 26 and lows of 14, while Paris is cloudy at 13, we'll see highs of 17. London cloudy at 12, we will go to highs of 16, and Tuesday night in New York is cloudy at 17. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 19 and lows of 17.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Salimia watu raka.
Don Sabo amesema since we have Zakayo, we must have a Yuda. Ama aje? Hapa. Good morning, Eric and Ndu. Good morning to you, Don. Linus Gitonga is also tuned in and says, big up Spice. Agnes Akinyi. It's interesting, Akinyi is talking to us at dawn. Happy to be here. It's the name that they give to girls who are born in the morning. Akinyi.
Akinyi.
Coco. Peter Kiari is tuning from Mombasa. Good morning from Mogadiscio. That's where Gerald Ochieng is tuned in. Salimia City, amesalimika kabisa. Mambo Motomoto says Evans and Tabo. Sir George Gashorid is tuned in this morning, wishing everybody a wonderful day. Jogona says good morning. Bonjour Eric et Mademoiselle Ndu. Bonjour à toi. À vous. Good morning, everybody. The abductions are still continuing in full glare of the camera. We don't have a country, says Onganyi Malala. Where? Which one are you specifically referring to? Talking about the one for Cleophas Malala, your namesake. Okay.
Cleophas was abducted.
No, his son, he said his son and his brother-in-law were abducted. But there's a story there. Anyway, Nyadi Chukunzira says, good morning from Doha. Anthony Karanch is tuned in from Dallas. That's Dallas, Texas, not Dallas, Kisumu. Vesh Musanga says, good morning, tuned in from Iringa in Tanzania. Good morning to you. Tuned in from Mombasa is Robertson Bogo. New York says, happy hump day. Sky Simba, good morning to you. Ndu, ask Spice to stop sending you and Eric and City on forced leave. Okay. Sawa.
Spice.
Stop sending Eric Ndu and City on forced leave. Meskia. Papdia Mesema. Rachel Wajiro says, good morning, Ndu and Eric. What is happening to our education system so that students will get their funding after 2 months? Task force ikimaliza kuangalia. That's a question. You have to look into it. Always. Agola and I hope tukopoa Agola. Tuna hope we pia uko poa. Good morning, my people. Eric Ndu, Ednah, Lydiah. Good morning. Say hi to Avin, Bana. Avin is
AI Avin.
AI Avin needs to be greeted. Leo says, good morning, Princess. Good morning to you too, Leo. A nation wonders as it did again. Now Ford Foundation is a great partner.
Oh, of course.
Of course. We
And
shake hands and
we love how they support us.
we love the Ford Foundation. Alex Gatoto tuned from South B. Peter Kaboy also tuned in this morning. Erica War says, good morning. Onesmus Usembi is here. Festus Mulu. Stella S, good morning. Watching from Athi River. Thank you for giving my greetings, Ndu, always. Munez Kass said, good morning, Latiff and Ndu. John Wangi says, hallelujah. Amen. Eric and Ndu, good morning. African Views has said that Ndu is his Woman Crush Wednesday. Okay. Sawa. Kwisha. Tufunge show tuende home.
Kabisa.
Good morning, Carol Nyambura na Tupenda. Mutndong is also tuned in this morning. Irene Wairimu says, good morning. So we are selling KICC and swimming with lions. My sister is serious something, no? Everybody, we see you this morning. Samson Nyata Fortune is also here. Owen Nyoka, Bernardo Kello tuned in as well. And Mogera Kenyara, we see you, we hear you, we'll work on that. And Gore, it's been a minute. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Everybody, Kweli, we see you. Ellen Jones is giving us our flowers this morning, and we're happy to have them. Karibuni nyote.
Karibuni sana. Today's proverb. Not only is it not Friday, it is not even Thursday.
So what's the proverb?
It's that one.
No, it's not.
Not only is it not Friday, it's not even Thursday.
Are you trying to tell us something?
The proverb is from Senegal. To spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. Do you get it? To spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. What on earth are the Senegalese saying?
So, if you're doing anything in repentance, you've done something wrong. Right? If you spend the night in anger, you've not done anything wrong yet.
You've been wronged.
You've been wronged.
So?
It's better to be at the place where you've not done anything wrong
than to be in the place where you are the one who's been wronged.
Who's wrong?
No.
We are the one who is wronging.
This one, I looked at it and I was like, okay, so what are they saying? To spend the night in anger, but you're making sense.
No.
I like the direction you're taking.
Thank you very much.
I like the direction you're taking.
Thank you. I often take good direction.
Often. Not always. Keyword is
there
often.
There are many things that would make you spend the night in repentance. But we're not going to go into all of those right now, are we? We're just saying that it's better
to spend the
be
night
in the place where you're not
angry
than repenting. Koba Hakaba.
Okay.
Oh, that's Hausa, by the way.
And that's what we answer ba, right?
Koba Hakaba, then you say Hakane.
Oh, Hakane. So which one is the one that we say ba? There's none. Koba Hakaba.
Koba Hakaba.
Yeah. Twende.
The Standard headline is telling us something that we never knew, that we did not know at all.
Yeah.
Where we got it all wrong with police. A report by the Reforms Task Force led by retired Chief Justice David Maraga reveals that, wait for it, massive corruption at recruitment and training of many officers has led to an end product that is not grounded in matters law and security that are the pillar of their functions.
Yep.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine
It's
that?
a shocker.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you.
Who does the recruitment?
Commission Gani.
Yeah,
they do their own recruitment. They have a commission.
Who does the training?
They themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay,
that's the headline. Also, court blow to Ruto over parastatal sale. Remember, there was some 22 state corporations that were supposed to be privatized.
And they pelekada a bill through parliament.
They took a bill very, very fast.
Why do we need to ask the people?
I mean, we can just go ahead and privatize.
Yeah.
Somebody said, excuse me.
Teacher.
Can I ask you a question at the court? The court has answered and said, privatize what? Never. Court blow to Ruto over parastatal sale is not going to happen. It's been declared unconstitutional. How many times have you heard that word in the last 7 days? Unconstitutional. I sat thinking about it yesterday. I was like, what is constitutional?
Connie, do we have a constitution?
Is there anything constitutional left? Everything is unconstitutional. Ogamba unions clash over intern teachers hiring. We are still there, man. Counties run on empty, mall shutting down. The COG rather, might say at some point, boss, tupatie pesa, we cannot operate. Speaking about counties, Kericho governor in the soup, and it's hot. There is a motion for his possible impeachment that is now starting to rumble. The stomach is crying.
Guy.
In Kericho.
Guy.
Where? ODM irony, not in opposition, not in government. Where exactly is ODM? That's another story that's being looked into. Boost for firms in Bourse deal. We'll wait and see what that's about. On the front,
boost for firms in
Bourse.
Wow.
Deal. There's a picture of a gentleman on the front page of The Nation, and he's being called Ruto's Mr. Fix-It. And his links to the Adani Group. Mr. Adil Arshad Hawaja was until recently mostly known for his legal practice and chairmanship of the Safaricom board. His role in recent controversial multi-billion shillings deals involving Indian conglomerate Adani Group has, however, put his name on the lips of many Kenyans. But just who is this man who calls President William Ruto his longtime friend? Okay. Costly fallout is another headline on the Daily Nation. Political diversion. There are pictures there of the president and the deputy president, and they're facing opposite directions. Last moments of intern doctor who took her own life after 36-hour shift. This broke my heart when I looked at the details of this story. Promising career snuffed out by frustration. We'll look at that. JKIA lease probe. MPs now call for a forensic audit into secret deal. For crying out louder. Right. Education. 50,000 varsity students cannot pay fees, MPs told. They yesterday instructed Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba to issue a circular directing universities to allow students to sit their examinations whether they've paid fees or not. Look, this thing is, you are joking. They can't pay because of 1, 2, 3 funding models. That thing you like saying that I keep forgetting means...
It's called means testing instrument.
Thank you. That one. You work a candle. We're in the shule, they write exams. Just leave us alone. Okay? What will happen after that, we'll deal with it when we get there.
The deal now.
Privatization, blow to Kenya Kwanza as court blocks planned sale of state companies. Those are the kind of things that we are looking for. Then, members of parliament send away KRA boss in 62 billion shilling tax loss probe. Where?
What do they tell him? Go look for the money.
They threw him out of a meeting and said, took up and out after your 62 billion. Usirudi hapa bila your pesa. Get out. Yeah, don't joke here.
Okay. The Business Daily, the top headline. No, let's come into that top headline later. One of the headlines here is Ruto backs Starlink rivalry with Safaricom.
Oh, God.
When Ruto is in America, he speaks Americanese.
Yeah.
Okay? CG Ford Foundation are very good. They're meeting in America. Starlink is doing using AI to take students to school. These are university students that you're hearing. They can't
the
pay.
Ones at 50,000.
AI has identified and it's paying fees for those ones. Farmers, we are using AI to now internet. Starlink.
We've linked it.
Very good thing. I have welcomed Starlink into Kenya. I am the one who brought Starlink to Kenya. President William Ruto has backed US billionaire Elon Musk's Starlink's entry into Kenya amid a petition from Safaricom to reconsider the award of licenses to satellite internet providers. The president told the US-Kenya Business and Investment Roundtable that the entrance of Starlink is in line with government policy of deepening internet penetration and encouraging competition in the market. He said the American firm, riding on the back of one of the world's richest persons with a net worth of 30.6 trillion shillings, is betting on lowering internet costs in a segment dominated by Safaricom. Elon Musk, when he heard that, he was very happy. He has retweeted. He said, see?
We'll sort out those problems.
Higher. Tika headlines. I'll come to the main one shortly. Treasury rules out blanket tax deal for Adani. Right. Universities cut salary budgets on cash woes. More University, Egerton University and the Technical University of Mombasa, TUM, cut their budgets on salaries and allowances in the year ended June amid cash flow woes. SMEP joins top-tier microbanks after majority stake sale. SMEP Microfinance Bank has grown to join the top tier of Kenya's micro banks against the backdrop of the sale of a majority stake in the lender last year. Centum cuts risks with switch to shilling loans. Well, yeah, they've decided, you know what, we are not doing those things that you give us loans in dollars, give us pesa in shillings, we are repaying in shillings. Bang in the middle of the Business Daily today. MPs top the list of 64 billion shilling Sacco loan defaulters.
Atike?
MPs and former lawmakers topped the list of Sacco loans defaults that crossed the 60 billion shilling mark as one of Kenya's wealthiest cooperative societies struggles under the weight of unpaid loans. Data from the Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, SASRA, the industry regulator, shows that parliamentarian Sacco had a default ratio of 29.73%. Sheesh. Let's just say 30% default ratio. Okay? Who are the members? There are 637 members in this Sacco. The members are MPs, governors, former MPs, and people who are now currently in the presidency. Because they are former MPs, okay?
Okay.
Excuse me. At 29.73%, the MP's cooperative has one of the highest default rates among the top SACCOs, with smaller ones like ACK Odero Parish Cooperative Society having a non-performing ratio of 97%.
What?
Pesa inachukuliwa tu hairudi.
Yeah,
Gikomba market-based B-Smart has an 88% default ratio. Another charge-focused SACCO, PEFA, is at 71.8%.
Oh, so you know that's crazy. Do you understand?
People have taken the loans and nobody's paying.
It's paying, exactly.
Nobody's
97%?
paying. Nobody's paying.
Hey, Jamani. So now they keep chasing them. Please pay, please.
Yeah.
Pay. Okay, I'll pay next week.
Yeah. The thing is that MPs, 30% default, and yet, loans are deducted at payslip.
Yeah. So how do you not pay?
Okay. The Parliamentary Service Commission deducts. So we had here guy saying, I have a Sacco loan, I have a mortgage, I have so it's deducted. They usually go home with 33,000 bob or something like that. That's why they have to look for money elsewhere. Dani. Let's talk about the star. Eye care specialist Dr. Kibata, dad's struggle with diabetic blindness paved my career path. So they are profiling one prolific eye surgeon called Dr. Kibata Githeko, who became an eye surgeon because he had what he called a personal vendetta against diabetic eye disease, as his father struggled with blindness in his sunset years. Special audit, lawmakers order forensic audit, stop Adani JKIA deal, and further engagements. Yeah. Top right-hand corner in teal green is a very, very sad story. That one of the medical intern at Gatondo who was found dead on the balcony. And then the front page photo in the Star today is President William Ruto, who is usually a tall guy.
What?
Usually Ruto is tall.
Okay.
Now here he is next to a taller guy than him. President William Ruto, his Senegalese counterpart Bassirou Diomaye Faye, AUC chairperson candidate Raila Odinga, Environment CS Aden Duale in New York, where they discussed Raila's bid. So Ruto is campaigning for Raila to the Senegalese president, telling him, please, this guy, vote for him. He's a good man. I know him for a very long time. He's a very good guy. Yeah.
So.
Bang in the middle of the paper in the Star today. Locked out. Government says only half of students have paid the requisite fees. University fee burden laid bare in Parliament. 50% of new students are unable to pay household fees. 11,132 have appealed their banding. Thousands of university students are staring at the possibility of dropping out as a result of the heavy fees burden. That is what's happening.
Where?
Tell us about traffic. We'll look at that story
So.
and others shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
It is starting to build, coming in from Kikuyu and then heading towards the Gong Road on this side and then going towards Naivasha Road on the other side. So there's in and outbound traffic there. Taking a look at what's happening this Wednesday morning, there is traffic coming in on the Thika Superhighway, and that's just around Survey. Before that, we'll have dots of traffic coming in from Garden City, all manageable for now. Outer Ring also looks pretty good. You'll get in and out, no problem. On this side of the Embakasi Loop, the other side on the Allsops Junction, we'll get through into and out of the Thika Superhighway or towards North Airport Road without a problem. It hasn't started on the Eastern Bypass, but in a few clicks, it's probably going to. On Jago Road, traffic going towards Landis, starting to build. But there, Wakulima Market, where the governor's trying to move people to Kangunda Road, there's traffic, and it's crazy right now. Everybody, Ntuanashuka, Nyanya, Kitungu, traffic. Southern Bypass, if you want the scenic route into the city, how about you drive on over and enjoy it that way? We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
20 minutes to 7.
So the story that took, or rather gripped everybody over the last couple of days, intern doctor in Gatundu dies by suicide after 36-hour shift. You ask what happened? After a grueling 36-hour shift, Dr. Desiree Mora, a medical intern at Gatundu Level 5 Hospital in Kiambu County, returned home tired, and that was on Sunday evening. For 3 months, Mora, was 27, had been hosted by a colleague who had rented a one-bedroom apartment near the hospital. That day, the apartment's caretaker recalled he met Mora as she walked to the house and greeted her. I saw her come in because I was going out to watch the Manchester City versus Arsenal match. She said hi as she hurried and went to the ground floor corner house. He remembers this. Dr. Mora was not a lady of many words, and she hardly spoke or mingled with tenants here. When the football match ended at around 8:30 p.m., the caretaker returned to the apartment and decided to empty the garbage bins stationed at a common area on each floor. As he went up the stairs, he stumbled on a shocking discovery. He saw her body donned in black jeans and a cream hoodie dangling by the window grills. Many people were still out while those indoors had not yet noticed. He said he immediately called the police. He added that Mora's friend was still in the house, unaware of the unfortunate event. She told me that when Dr. Mora came home after the 36-hour shift, she had some ice cream. She then told her roommate that she wanted to go to the rooftop to breathe. After 15 minutes, Mora returned to the house, left her phone, and then told her roommate that she was going back to the rooftop as she needed to be alone. That was the last time she was seen alive. So 2 weeks ago, Mora's roommate had complained to the caretaker that Mora had brought a cat to their house, yet there was a policy against pets. Her friend wasn't happy about the pet and wanted the caretaker to get rid of it, but that was a problem. Dr. Mora was not my tenant on paper because she had only come to share the house with her friend as she did not have any accommodations of her own. He says he just collects the rent, and he later learned that pets are important to help one cope with depression from intern doctors who live here. I allowed her to keep Blossom, her cat, on condition it remained indoors, but her roommate did not want that. He added, considering I am a father and there is a child who doesn't have accommodation here and is very bright from what I learned, she was a gifted doctor and he let her stay with her best friend. He even allocated her some space in the store where she would keep her things because the house is small. Monday, her parents went to collect her belongings at her best friend's house who had not picked calls yet and sought refuge in her parents' house. Official post-mortem examinations results obtained yesterday reveal that Mora died as a result of asphyxia, a lack of oxygen or excess carbon dioxide in the body, and it's usually caused by interruption of breathing or insufficient oxygen supply. Asphyxia secondary to neck compression due to ligature strangulation. So she did hang herself. A fellow intern at the facility who said he was one of the few people Mora opened up to told the Nation that she did back-to-back shifts for 36 hours that day, which wore her down. She told me she was depressed because last Friday she had an altercation with one of the senior supervisors who is very harsh, and that's where it all started. He added that she had been compelled to be in the surgical ward for 36 hours with no nurses to assist her, as they were currently on strike over lack of pay. She had interned there for 3 months, and the work environment was taking a toll on her. He said she had confirmed to him just how very hard it was, and that her supervisor had not listened to her when she asked for help or when she asked to move. The young medic who spoke to the nation after said a 12-hour overnight shift further disclosed that seeing patients suffer and in pain affects them a lot.
Of course.
So you can imagine doing this 3 times over for 36 hours. She said, the stories that patients give drain you emotionally. There's no psychological support or professional counseling services offered to us, let alone the fact that we do all of this work with no pay.
Why? Why is there no pay?
I don't know. It doesn't give the reasons as to why.
The reason for
intern doctors not to be paid at the moment?
The strike by the recent strike by doctors was about intern doctors not being posted.
Not being posted.
And the government was saying, we're not posting because we don't have money.
Yeah.
And then they said, now we have money, we're able to post. All right? So about pay, that's another whole angle. Are we saying that these intern doctors are actually not receiving their salary on time, or what are we saying?
Or not receiving their salary at all.
How?
A certain Dr. Githinji, who is a branch manager of the KMPDU for Kiambu, stated that the union was encouraging senior doctors to use better methods to communicate to interns.
Yep.
Now, they said that what we have always been talking about is now coming out clearly. We need to employ more doctors and pay them well. Kiambu County has 3 million people, but they only have 300 doctors, putting a heavy load on the back of interns who are not paid at all. He said the union was encouraging better communication, and he stated that medical intern doctors who are fully covered in their return to work formula signed with the health ministry after their 56-day strike. But the issue of payment of interns is still in court. But we are expecting a ruling on the matter Thursday this week, which is tomorrow. The government had maintained it cannot engage KMPDU on paying interns 206,000 shillings since the matter was before court.
They wanted to pay them some, what was it, 70-something K?
They want to pay them 70,000, yes.
So because the matter is in court, that means that the government has not released money.
They've not been paid. They're not being paid.
Yeah. So currently they're not being paid.
It's heartbreaking.
You are there, you're not getting a salary, you barely have to survive. She's sharing this small room with a friend. There's a cat story. So you also have, you're coming from work, you're stressed, and then you're coming to your house and your roommate, and you are not in very good terms at this moment because roommate does not want a cat, you want a cat.
How do you feel? Let me ask you, Eric. So you do the show in the morning at 6, right? 10 o'clock. And then some days you would do other things. And then you would come back to the studio in the evening until midnight.
Imagine.
By the time it comes back to 6 a.m., you're dog tired, aren't you?
Yep.
And you're just thinking, oh my God, what am I doing? Guess what? That's 24 hours.
That's only 24.
That's 24 hours. And you've slept maybe 4 hours.
Add 12.
Now add 12 to that with no sleep.
And you're talking about, a level 4 hospital. So there are cases of emergencies.
In
there
a
are
surgery
cases
ward.
They have to take people into. It's really.
What's it going to do to your head?
A lot.
And this is worse because you've complained about it to your supervisor.
And this is what happens. And she is not the only one. Okay? Interns, for many years, this is what they go through. Okay? And even doctors, for many years, this is what they go through. Immediately you're employed as a doctor. That's what you go through. Until you get to a certain level where now you start becoming senior specialist and you start working within your hours. Still, it's stressful. But those ones have to go through all this. Can imagine the intern doctors, the newly hired doctors, newly hired clinical officers, the medics who are in those rural facilities, and they're the only one. You are the only
just
clinician.
You.
Yes.
Yes, just you. No nurses.
Completely stressful.
Nurses are on strike. No clinic. So imagine if you're doing a procedure, simple one. You will do the prep. You will do. Hey.
Let me tell you. So the first time the doctors wanted to go on strike, I remember that time the chairman was Dr. Ngani. And, they said they want to go on strike. And I was like, doctors want to go on strike? We haven't heard of this before. And, the perception is that, you go to a public health facility, you'll not find a doctor. You'll find a doctor in a private health facility there. And then you hear, this is the guy who works in that facility. Yeah. I was like, these guys don't even work in these facilities and all. And doctors really, really, really hit back at me. Yeah? So I invited them to my show on Capital FM Talk 360 and said, doctors, come. State your case. Yeah. They took me through the case. And I was like, I'm sorry.
You actually apologize.
Get it. I get it. Because you finish, you're an intern. Remember, interns provide about 30% of the workforce in health sector in Kenya, right? You are posted to Okoh, Bura in Tana River. This health facility does not have the consumables. They don't come on time. You need to do a surgery. There's a woman in labor here. There's somebody who has been bitten by a crocodile there. There's somebody who's due an accident there. There's another one who is just, all of them. You don't have gloves. You don't have things that you need for theater. Nurses are few. You're the only one. You just go back home. You're going to sleep like this. Daktari, emergency. Daktari, emergency. Stress, 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 stress. What? Yeah.
It is not a good state.
Not at all. Not at all. And to imagine how long it has taken you. It was your dream. You did very well in the high school exams. You got admitted for this degree in medicine. You spent how many years in school? When your colleagues left after 4 years, they left you there. You stayed another 2 years.
2 years. Then you did
this
1 year.
This is a mandatory extra year of internship. Mandatory. So it is your 7th year in school. And this is how you're dealing with it. And then after that, let's say you get employed. And when you're employed, the first thing, there's no difference between you and the intern when you're first employed. It's just the pay that's different. But conditions, similar. What?
But you know what it does? It ends in death.
Yep.
It doesn't end in maybe somebody sits in a corner somewhere and cries. It doesn't mean that somebody's going to take leave and then rest and come back. It ends in death. And when you see that is the extreme to which it can go, then something has got to be done. Nah.
Well, it's long.
This is why I was telling you yesterday. You see that how much they spent on tea and mandazi?
Yeah.
This is exactly what we're talking about right now.
You can spend that money on tea and mandazi, but not pay.
But you can't hire more doctors.
Yeah.
Or pay the ones that are working.
When this girl is working for 36 hours, can you imagine the patients that she has seen on the 30th hour?
Yeah.
She's just going through the motions.
Yeah.
Unasikia wapi na umo nakicha shika hii. Unasikia wapi? Daktari nilikuwa nasikia She's like, okay, this one maybe you look like malaria, Those are the ones who, so this one is an intern now. 7 years ago was her first year. Thousands of university students are staring at the possibility of dropping out as a result of the heavy fees burden. The most expensive course in university is medicine. Now you can imagine. The government yesterday confirmed that only half of the students had paid the requisite university fees as the reality of the new funding model sinks. Education CS Julius Ogamba told the National Assembly's Education Committee that only 75% of students out of the 138,535 placed in public universities have managed to pay the fees. It also emerged that universities are pushing the desperate students hard by blocking them from doing exams. The government had ordered all students to be admitted, even without fees. At a government period, jokes.
Surely.
To demonstrate their financial distress, thousands of students have appealed the funding band that they were placed in. So far, 11,132 students have appealed their banding. This is still a very low number. And that's what the government sometimes, even officials from the Ministry of Education are saying, only 11,000 out of 138,000 have appealed. That shows you that the banding has no problem. It's only 11,000 that have appealed.
Okay.
138,000 is the total number. Okay? That means 120,000 are okay with where they've been placed.
That is how he's been able to come. He's been able to come to that resolution.
That is the thinking of some officials in the ministry. And then, if you now then see that 50% are not paying, that tells you hata wale waja complain, they are just sitting there and wondering, guys, what's happening?
How do we?
The student-centered funding model was introduced last year on the recommendation of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. Yeah, now the president has appointed a 130-member team task force to look at this thing again.
Your task force wanalipwa?
Sijui. Oh, of course wanaspewa mandazi.
Sasa unaona sasa hiyo pesa ya mandazi
ingelipa, usiwapeleke hiyo pesa university
fund.
Tell the students come
to school. What rubbish are we talking about here?
Man.
Meanwhile, 62 billion shillings. A guy was told, where? Don't play with us.
Don't joke.
Don't joke here. Get out and go and find that money. Members of Parliament seem to be on a roll, eh? Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, Commissioner General Humphrey Watanga was yesterday afternoon thrown out of a meeting with MPs for failure to timelessly produce documents in the investigation into the alleged loss of 62 billion shillings. Usually you ask, you are coming before the committee to discuss an issue, then you don't come with the documents. Where do you think you were going? The beach? Mr. Watanga had appeared before the National Assembly's Finance and National Planning Committee to explain whether Louis Dreyfus Company, Asia PTA Limited, and Louis Dreyfus Company, Kenya Limited, evaded paying taxes by misdeclaring palm oil cargoes shipped into the country. The committee, chaired by Molo MP Kimani Korea, was taken aback after Watanga failed to send advance copies of the required documents and instead bombarded with MPs with voluminous documents on the morning he appeared before them. Korea said, you cannot expect us to go through these voluminous documents in this session and have a meaningful engagement with you. It is not possible. We need more time. Committee members asked whether the KRA management was trying to buy more time on a serious allegation of tax evasion at a time when the country is struggling to raise revenue to meet its obligations. Sasa hiyo 62 billion imefichwa hapo ndani and then you're coming to disturb us with all these documents. No, get out. So that's basically what they did. The tradition in this house is that those appearing before committees must submit their documents at least 24 hours before the start of a committee meeting. This according to Eldas MP Aidan Kainan. In a letter to the Commissioner General dated August 29th, the documents were to be submitted to Parliament by September 6th. And today is September 25th and no show. Or rather, yesterday was 24th. According to Kainan, it is in your interest that the information reaches us on time. As a parliamentary committee, we have a right to receive information in good time. This issue of creating a time crisis has been resolved by the current constitution. So what you're doing is what?
Constitutional.
That word I'm telling you this week is not it's a serious thing. So they told him, excuse me, see you. Don't play. No.
Hey, speaking about parliamentary committees, there's another one that's also very busy. A parliamentary committee has ordered for a forensic audit into the deal between Kenya Airports Authority and India's Adani Holdings on the proposed upgrade of JKIA. This comes as the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi spelled out tough financial conditions on the Indian firm. The National Assembly's Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy, chaired by Pokot South MP David Kosing, wants the Auditor General to reveal how Adani was handed the deal. In a meeting with the top management of KAA, led by acting MD George Henry Ogoe, Mr. Kosing warned that no activity on the deal should take place until the audit report is presented before the committee. You will carry personal responsibility. The House, with power to do these things, is the National Assembly. We will do our work as a committee. Basically, the National Assembly has now entered the party. So the Senate is investigating this thing. The National Assembly is investigating this thing. Do you see what's happening? Dead.
Nothing.
MPs wameingilia hii kitu.
It's over.
Oh my God. Sijui senators are doing this. Sijui National Assembly is also doing this. Why can't the two houses just do the same one joint investigation if they're interested in doing an investigation?
Duplication of
These guys, Kina Kosing was saying, this transport is a national government function. So we are the ones. It's not a county function. We don't see why the Senate is
where are you coming
taking this issue. So they'll start infighting there. They'll ask Buddy to come here and produce some documents. He'll go and be asked for other documents elsewhere. This thing will just die. MPs are not going to give us any solution to this Adani deal.
Round and round and
None.
round is what is going to happen.
Do not sit there and expect anything. But the same MPs have criticized the courts following the judgment that declared the NG-CDF illegal. Reacting to the Friday judgment, the lawmakers termed the judgment more political than legal, and they vow to ensure that the fund is entrenched in the constitution. You are saying it's unconstitutional. Now we are going to that constitution and put it there.
Let's put it in the constitution.
So National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah accused the judges of participating in a political popularity contest by declaring NG-CDF illegal. When judges pronounce themselves that there is a duplication of duties on functions of NG-CDF and that of government, then that is the same language that is being spoken by the Council of Governors. We are the law-making house. If we are to make another NG-CDF and anchor it in law, we will.
Okay.
The judges behave as if they are in another country. The way NG-CDF has changed the lives of people in this country, it's known by everybody, including the judges. Don't they go home? Don't they see the development projects? I have been a supporter of the independence of the judiciary. Lakini, I must say, they must come down from the ivory tower.
Okay. Sour. People on ivory towers. Or they say people in glass houses don't throw stones.
Yeah.
Okay, sour. Now, gone back to the court and another unconstitutional really quickly. The court rules on law on privatization of parastatals is unconstitutional. President William Ruto's administration suffered a major setback yesterday after the High Court declared the Privatization Act unconstitutional. You know that one that they ran through Parliament? Court says, hold your horses, not going to happen. You know, you wanted to make things like KICC, Kenya Pipeline, Kenya cooperatives, and you wanted to privatize them. The court ruled that the Privatization Act 2023 was enacted without adequate public participation, violating constitutional rights. If you want to do something like that, you're going to have to ask the people. Did you ask the people?
Let the law follow due process.
It did not follow process, so this act, out.
MPs
So,
MPs again will say, so these judges, do they live in this Kenya? Can they see that KICC? It has been overtaken by GTC towers, by being the tallest. If we sold that thing,
it would have been
it
taller.
would have become taller. We want to sell KICC so it becomes the tallest building in Africa.
And KICC so the milk can be creamier.
And KICC, yes, so yeah. Surely. It's 7 a.m. news time.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and starting with the KICC story, the ghost of public participation in the law-making process has come to haunt the Kenya Kwanza government again. This is as the government's ambitious plan to privatize 11 parastatals through the Privatization Act 2023 will not materialize after all, as the act has now been declared unconstitutional and void by the High Court. The iconic Kenyatta International Convention Centre, better known to us as KICC, is among the parastatals that could have gone under the hammer had the act stood the constitutionality test. The act, signed into law by President William Ruto nearly a year ago, was designed to give the executive power to dispose of public assets, prompting the opposition to move to court to challenge it. And the representative of the UDA party's ward in the north of the Rift Valley has warned that the process of removing Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua from power could plunge the nation into chaos. Sitatunga MCA Simon Murray said it would instead be good to have a dialogue and resolve the political differences between President William Ruto and his deputy.
Mambo ambaye inaendelea katika kitaifa, matamshi ya naibu wa rais na wale wandani wa rais, sio mambo ambayo ni mzuri kwa taifa hii. Inaweza tumbukiza taifa kwa changa lingine, na ile matamshi wanasema haisaidii mwananchi mwenye walipigia hawa kura. Ningeomba kwamba hiyo mambo iweze kukoma, kila mtu arejelee kufanya kazi kwa sababu ya yule mwananchi mwenye aliamuka kutupigia kura. Tukianza kuingia kwa mambo ya malumbano, inamaanisha miaka yetu 5 itaisha bila jawabu kwa mwananchi, kwa shida ya mwananchi mwenye alituchagua.
Murray has also urged Tana River Senator Danson Mungatana to shelve the censure motion on Gachagua.
Sensa motion ambaye seneta wa Tana River Mungatana aliweza kuwasilisha achunguza mienendo na matamshi ya naibu wa rais. Hata wale wabunge wengine pia waweze kubehave kwa matamshi yao. Wakati tunafuata hii mrengo ya Gachagua, vile vile tuangalie chanzo cha hii maneno ni nini, ndiposa tuchukue common ground na tuweze kuelewana. So ni Mgatana angeacha kwanza, watafute suluhisho kwanza. Council of Elders wanafaa kukaa kusikiza hii tatizo. Kanisa pia ichukue msimamo na isikuwe partisan, waweze kuleta maelewano ili Kenya hii iweze kuendelea mbele.
Police in Gatundu South, Kiambu County are investigating an incident where a medical intern is reported to have died by suicide on Sunday. The body of Dr. Desre Mora, a medical intern at the Gatundu Level 5 hospital, was discovered dangling from the balcony of a house she shared with a friend just meters away from the health facility. Gatundu South OCPD Stella Cherono says the circumstances surrounding the incident are not clear, but a suicide note indicates that the deceased was disturbed and seemingly had difficulties in her working environment, which she'd been at for only 4 weeks.
This is not the first time we have lost a life in Kiambu. We have lost some other 7 lives before, and we are sad about it. Therefore, we are urging the government to look at the issue. Here we have interns who have been out for a long period without having been given appointment letters. But even when they got the appointment letters, they still do not have their salaries. They do not even know when to expect.
What we have is the merge of several factors, all underlying the issue of systemic failure of the healthcare system. So you have an issue of understaffing coming together with an issue of like mistreatment of intern doctors, where they stay for months without being posted.
Around 10:30, a suicide incident that was reported to the station, which was reported to Gatundu police station, and officers from this station went to the scene, which is around 600 meters from the station, in an apartment within Gatundu town. And we established that there was a lady aged 27 years, about 27 years, who had committed suicide.
This event comes as KMPDU Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela demanded for a healthcare system that prioritizes workers' mental well-being and ensures fair compensation to prevent exploitation. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, so it looks still a bit dark out, but what's happening on the streets? Let's take a look at that. So the southern bypass going towards Langata Road, that's fine for now, but building on Langata Road, traffic is then getting towards Raila Odinga at the junction, Raila Odinga Way. And as you get onto Ngong Road, all that traffic coming in from Kikuyu out towards Naivasha Road and then onto Ngong Road is starting to build properly. It's also heavy on the Thika Superhighway as you're coming in from the Allsop stage. Before that, Garden City, then you get through to Survey, bumper to bumper traffic is what's happening there, as well as on Kiambu Road this morning, very slow. Limuru Road is also slow. It's starting to pack up. We're not in the red yet, but from what we see, it's going to deliver that soon. On Kangunda Road, you're fine getting into the city via Outer Ring, and it will build up as well. And also on the Eastern Bypass, starting to build up, and we've got a little bit of traffic coming in from that Cabanas interchange, heading towards Mombasa Road, or now trying to do the loop heading back towards North Airport. So we'll keep an eye on all of this as we get into Traffic Hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room the only way to start your day.
7 after 7. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's a situation room on SpiceFM, on KTN, on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, on TikTok. We appreciate all audiences from wherever, whether you're listening to us on radio, watching us on TV, or you're following our conversations on TikTok. And our numbers on TikTok are growing. Our numbers on X have also been growing. Our numbers on Facebook have been growing. Our numbers on YouTube have been growing. That means we are reaching more and more and more people from Nairobi to the world. There are people who are watching this evening on Wednesday, because where they are, it's already going to Thursday. There are people who are watching this evening on Tuesday, because where they are, it's Tuesday night. And there are those who are listening to us and watching this morning because they are in somewhere in East Africa.
Yeah.
And it's morning. Okay? Somebody was on YouTube saying they have been catching the conversations later after the show, but today they decided, Leo, Mimi, Nayo, Asubui, live. Can you see them?
I'm trying to look for them because I did see that earlier.
Who's it?
Huh?
Who is it?
Yeah, to find out who that was, because I saw it earlier and it was very clear that they catch up with the show later. Yeah. But today they said, no, I need to then clock in right now this morning, at least to be
Go on.
with all of you.
Go on. Down. We'll see them.
We'll find it.
Yeah. We'll find it. As you're looking for it, let me talk about Safaricom and the all-in-one package. The Safaricom, you keep looking for it, don't stop.
Okay,
the Safaricom all-in-one package is this new brilliant thinking by Safaricom.
I found him.
You found him? Let me finish. So, Safaricom observed and they saw people are buying airtime, and the moment there are many people, when they're buying airtime, the other airtime is just about to finish, or they're in the middle of a call and the call katikas because airtime, or they're in the middle of browsing and airtime, or they're in the middle of sending an SMS and airtime, or they're in the middle of accessing some service via USSD and airtime, so they were not able to do that, and then now they're going to look for money to buy airtime. Cumulatively, this person will actually spend so much amount of money because they've bought separate amount for calling and SMS, a separate amount for data. And Safaricom said, how about we just make it easier? Let's come up with an all-in-one package, put together, call minutes, SMS, data, all there. And then in fact we say, WhatsApp free. And that's an all-in-one package. Yeah. How do you access it? Dial *544#. It'll bring in a suite of options. Go to option number 4, the one that says Go Monthly. Once you choose the Go Monthly, it'll bring another page of options. Choose the one that says All-in-One, and then it brings a number of options. Look at the option that favors you. It'll tell you for X amount of money, you get this amount of data, this number of minutes for call time, this number of SMSs, X amount. So you look at it and see, how much data do I consume in 30 days? How many minutes do I, on average, talk on the phone in 30 days? And then choose the one that works for you. Brilliant thing. And to top it all up, just because you choose the all-in-one, WhatsApp free.
Yes.
30 days, peace of mind. When you talk about mental health, these are some of those things that just you don't realize it.
You don't realize how irritating it is for you.
Yeah.
But it's actually something you can take care of.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So let's say a special shout out to Peter Mutahi this morning. And he says, Leo hata mimi niseme good morning. I feel terrible if I rewatch you during the day. Leo, I'm in from the start.
Very good.
And that's always glad to have folks like you coming in every morning and just, being part of what we do here every day.
Yes.
And to say, look, I don't want to catch up on the clips. I'm going to plug in at this time and now start to form the conversations that set the agenda for how we should be thinking, operating the country, in the region and in the world.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Peter, karibu. Our guest for the next hour is going to be a Senator Tabitha Mutinda. Is a nominated senator. She's the vice chair of the Finance and Budget Committee of Senate. These are the ones that basically look at how much money is going to the counties and how much money is going per county, and they also look back at how much the counties how the counties are spending their money. Sawa. We'll talk about this issue, which is right here on page 4 of the Standard this morning. Governors are pushing for a total shutdown of counties to force the National Treasury to release funds to counties as a biting cash crunch threatens to bring vital operations to a halt. As the wait continues, county workers claim they are barely surviving while others are contemplating quitting the workforce as they grapple with huge debts. Council of Governors Finance, Planning and Economy Committee Chair Fernandez Barasa says the National Treasury owes counties 104 billion shillings for 3 months. Barasa said governors are unable to perform their duties effectively and implement their development projects, adding that critical services in the counties are at a standstill. The governors had their agendas and development projects to implement. It's becoming difficult due to erratic disbursement of funds, which has made many counties accrue pending bills. Yesterday, Trans Nzoia's George Natembeya said that the only solution to the financial woes is a total shutdown of counties. Natembeya asked the Council of Governors to shut down the devolved units, claiming major activities in counties have been paralyzed thanks to the delay in the release of shareable revenue by the National Treasury. This is not a new story. It is like, you wake up in the morning, the sun will rise from the east. You wake up in the morning, it'll be chilly and cold in the morning.
Yep.
You wake up in the morning, you'll find the morning dew. You wake up, you wake up in the morning, I wake up in the morning, I wash my face, I brush my teeth.
I comb my hair, I wear my clothes, I polish my shoes. Hey.
National Treasury does not send money to counties. It's a morning, it's an everyday thing. It's like we're used to this thing. What's happening in this country of ours?
My dear?
We will come to the other side of Fernandez Barasa, who is the chair, who was speaking about shutting down counties, was in the headlines yesterday as leading in amount of money spent by his county for hospitality, and the control of budget saying, look, hospitality, travel and all, it's just extravagance. We'll come to that, what they do with the money, all right? But there's an agreement in the constitution that we, Kenyan people, pay tax to the government. That's an agreement we have made with our people. And we also say that the amount of money collected shall be shared 2 ways. National government and county government.
Yeah.
And there are laws in place that say this is how much money is going to. If the national government is brushing its teeth, combing its hair,
polishing its shoes,
why can't it send money to the counties on time? Is there any justification why not a single shilling that, for example, has been sent for the last 3 months? Cash crunch?
Look, I'm sorry, but please, see, you like me.
I do.
Okay. And you want me to be happy?
Yes, I do.
You don't like it when I'm angry?
No, I don't like it.
You just want me to be at peace?
Yes.
Okay.
I prefer it when you're peaceful.
Thank you. If you do like that situation, don't tell me that there's a cash crunch when people are drinking 24 billion. Don't. Or people are eating 24 billion or traveling with 400 and something million per county. Don't tell me that there's no money in the treasury. Don't tell me. Tell me something else that somebody planted maize and it grew and they harvested. Tell me those things. Don't tell me that the reason why you have not sent money to the counties to fulfill crucial function is because there is a cash crunch. No. Because you spent emergency money the other day of how much? 4 billion. Don't tell me. Don't. Shh. So.
So, you know what it means is that functions of the national government, many of them are running, particularly recurrent expenditure. Okay? The government at the national level is able to pay its workers. The national government is able to buy its mandasi and guashe for its offices. The national government is able to fuel its vehicles for its staff and senior officials. The national government is able to do all these other things. The county governments are struggling to do the same thing. County governments are struggling to pay workers. County governments, Kina Fernandez Barasa and the other governors are struggling to eat mandasi
and travel
and Ndoma and come to Nairobi. For example, there was a COG meeting yesterday when they were speaking. Do you know how much they struggle to come to Nairobi? Because there's no money. But if the national government is able to do it, the money should also go to the counties. Let's now start fighting. How are you spending the money in the counties? That's a different conversation, and it's a justifiable and a constant conversation that we must have. But the same way we have that conversation for counties, we should also have the same conversation for government.
National level.
At national government, what are you doing with our money? Are you buying flowers and mandas and doma and guashe? Na chai ya masiwa, wewe kunywa chai ya masiwa na kunywa nini, unachukua koko, iko koko. Unataka milo, iko milo. Unataka kahawa, iko kahawa. What?
That's the conversation that we're having.
Yes.
That's why I said, please don't make me angry, please.
Our guest is here. Senator Tabitha Mutinda is the Vice Chair of the Finance and Budget Committee of the Senate. Good morning, Senator. Good morning. How are you? Oh, hold on. You're on the wrong mic. There you go. No. Wait. Okay.
You good?
Yes.
All right.
Say good morning again.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante.
Good to have you back here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're a couple of minutes late. Apologize to Kenyans. Apologize.
My sincere apologies. Yes. Sana.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
We will accept it. Let me give you the proverb and then we get into our conversation. This week the proverbs are from Senegal. Siti says hi. He sent his greetings remotely. He's enjoying some quiet time, chill time. He's recharging his batteries. He's on holiday.
Awesome. It's healthy.
Yes.
It's great.
Yes.
Yes.
Amesema tukusalimia sana.
Nimesalimika sana.
And we give you the proverb from Senegal. Today's proverb says, to spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. I know, right? To spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance.
Sorry, I just had a light bulb moment, but please, Senator, go ahead.
Wow. I mean, it's two-way scenario in terms of, you might be fasting and choose to fast and be in prayers. These are things that we do each and every day. And it can't be, days cannot be all the same. At times you have to make the tough decisions. And it's the journey, it's the story that we shall tell during those difficult moments, and we have to go through these difficult moments. At times, what is important is the end result. And so, yes, you can be, repenting and you're fasting, because you've decided to put some things aside. There are no results that come easy. You have to set some things aside and make the tough decisions. And in every tough decision, there must be a loss. The loss in this might be the anger part of it, but at the end of the day, there'll be results.
Yeah? Okay. It's a perspective.
Correct.
It's a perspective. Like City always says, there's no right or wrong interpretation of a proverb.
True.
Proverb is given, and then there's a way in which
you interpret
it. Yeah, in a context, in different contexts of interpretation. That's why we love it when we hear different contexts.
Correct.
Me, I'm still floating on this proverb.
I had a light bulb moment.
Light your bulb.
Because I thought about a situation that I was in last week and I really wanted something to happen. And I actually went home angry because it didn't happen. But then I realized that the people that I was supposed to be with later, on that Friday when I really wanted it to happen, got into a spot of trouble and there were things all over the place. And if I had been in that position, I would have been regretting at night if I had been. So I went to bed angry, but I was in a better position because I didn't go.
Okay. So here you've taken repentance to regret. So it's better to sleep angry
than regretful.
to sleep regretful.
Or to have to apologize or be feeling bad if you didn't do it.
Another context.
Correct.
Good ones.
Yes.
Asan sana. Thank you very much, ladies. I am still floating.
Floater. Okay, sour.
Senator.
Yes.
Your committee is a busy committee.
Very,
okay?
Very.
Governors, you saw them yesterday, they're like, no money, 3 months. Tunafunga hii kitu, kila mtu aende nyumbani. Okay? But this is not a new conversation. We keep having this conversation every time.
Yeah.
Now, this particular time, things have been a bit different. First of all, Parliament had passed a finance bill, had passed an appropriations bill, had gone all those things, and then they had to retract. They had to relook at the budget. And that meant that we have to relook at the division of revenue. We have to relook at how much then money goes to counties. Where are we at when it comes to the division of revenue and the county allocation of revenue?
We're at the amendment stage. Yes, during the Gen Z protest, the finance bill was not ascended to. In that regard, the President wrote to the Minister of Finance and directed him to do a proposal on division of revenue for budget cuts, of course, because now things were the way they became.
Yeah.
And apparently that took place. Remember, we had passed DORA, we had passed division of revenue, and it was not easy even to pass it at 401 billion. We had considered so many factors for us to settle at 401. Our proposals as a committee at first was 415 billion to the counties. Simply because we were coming from a point of, we had passed policies. Case example is NSSF contributions, which had increased. These are recurrent expenditures to the employees. This cost needs to be catered for by the county governments. And the amounts for NSSF are as high as 3 billion. We had the KIPES. Annually.
Across all the counties.
Across all the 47 counties. We also have the KIPES project that was a partnership between the national government and the county government, a 50-50 share. And for KIPES, the amount is 11.7 billion. We had our good people, that is the CHPs in all the 47 counties cutting across. Still, the same 50-50 share. National government doing an input, same case to the county government. And for the CHPs, it was about 4 billion. Among others, the annual salary increment. These are costs that the counties have to cater for.
And their new costs.
And the new costs that have been
in this year.
In this year, that policies have been put in place, and they need to be adhered to. And looking at how things have been, and looking at their own source revenue, they can't meet this. So hence, we decided, let us give them 415, something that we also passed in the chambers. And apparently, of course, we had to go to mediation. We went to mediation, and we settled for 401. It was tough, but at least. And we closed that chapter. Apparently, out of the occurrence of what happened, the president could not assent. The the Ministry of Finance, I say decided. And I use the word decided because we felt as a committee, they did not satisfactorily explain to us the reason as to why they did a 20 billion cut. They didn't provide the simulation. They didn't explain the facts. Which areas then do we cut? Do we send the CHPs home? Do we stall the projects that had been started? Will there be value for money? Do we not pay the NSSF contributions? So where is this budget cut? What needs to be really reduced? Putting in mind that the counties end up incurring additional costs, like even commercial interest costs from the borrowings that they do from the banks due to delayed disbursements. So all the stakeholders that we had, they all supported the 401. Only Treasury stuck to the 380, and from where we are, we've totally refused that, because then we will be killing and we will have wasted. It's in a layman, in a simple terminology, it's just starting a project, putting the project is worth 100 million, you put 60 million, and then you say you won't add the 40 million.
Yeah.
So where do we live? The people, this project cannot assist them. Money has already been put. It becomes a stalled project. There's no value. It's wastage. And that's where now we start having the notion and the issues that are there. Like there's wastage in the counties. Why? Because people will go and see stalled projects. And these are some of the effects. So as we speak, the bill is on the amendment. Of course, now it's on the floor of the House. And I'm liking it because all members are supporting that we should still retain the 401. What's our take in terms of the revenue share and the national government share? The national government share, you look at it, is at 2.23 trillion. And we are saying, why can't the ministry just remove the 20 billion from the national share and distribute it across all their MTDS, the ministries? A little amount, like even 2 or something, and then they bear that. They cut costs from that and let the counties be. Because otherwise we will look back and we will have lost a lot if we continue lowering what we're giving counties. You look at the financial year 2014-2015, the percentage was close to 21, almost 22%. Right now, as we speak, last financial year, it's about 16%. It's going lower and lower.
As our budget rises,
yes,
the money that goes to the counties reduces.
Corruption taking place.
Can I ask you?
How do people give contracts worth millions, and then their salaries are delayed? How they survive?
This is true. So, can we look at a rationalization perspective that when this is being sat at to look? There's budgets that have been done. Each county, because there's a whole process, there's a whole period of time where each county is doing their budgets. They go through public participation. People come and contribute towards what they feel is important to be done. The counties then come together. They have their CIDPs, right? They come out and say, this is what we are going to need.
Correct.
It is then further taken to another round table, of course, where you sit as the vice chair, and everybody says, okay, this is what we've budgeted, this is how it has been rationalized, this is what we're going to put. And it is agreed on across board.
Yes.
I would assume that right until the person or the people who pay out the money, it is agreed that this is what we're actually going to do. Now, taking into consideration the rationalization process that happens, where is the bottleneck here? Whereby then, if you're saying 100 million should go to counties, then at the end of the day we have 60 million, and then somewhere at the end of the fiscal year we see that money doesn't go through. What happens? Is it just an exchequer problem, or is there a direct and deliberate move to throttle money going to the counties, which in my view then would lower the expectation of devolution? What's the problem right there?
There are two problems, actually. One from the national government, and that is more specific from the Ministry of Finance, where for the longest there has been a huge, delay. And even as we speak currently, as at now, there's delay by the ministry to disburse the funds and disburse them on time. Then this affects a lot in terms of the projects that are ongoing, delayed salaries for the staff, and then of course delayed services to the people. So that is that problem as far as the national government is concerned. Solution, I'm happy we have the new minister, John Badi. And I'm saying I'm happy because one is an economist, and he's been just a recent member of the National Assembly. He's a vast, and he's able to understand. He's been there in the House, And so the last, I think 2 weeks ago, he appeared before my committee, and we addressed the same issue of delays. I'm happy that he confirmed that before the end of this month, is going to ensure he does a 32 billion transfer to the counties. And I'm happy still is appearing before Senate today, this morning, to answer to the finance questions. Apparently, the former minister was very good at appearing in our committee. We worked very well at the committee level. But at the chamber level, he never appeared at the chamber. So the fact that the current CS is looking forward to engage with us, of course, on these matters of finance and ensuring that, of course, countries will get their monies on time. I'm happy that we're starting with him promptly. Now, the other problem now on the other side is the issue of it's political. Political in the sense that when a new government comes in place, you find that if it's of course it's a new governor now on the seat, so you find that he or she doesn't want, in most cases, to continue with the projects that have been there that had stalled. Simply because, of course, the first or the previous governor already took credit. He said, this is my project. So he or she feels that if I continue with this project, then it will not be my baby project. It will be, I would not really own it fully. The other thing is these issues of probably the contractors. Of course, the contractor who's been on site needs to continue with the project. He's the one who was awarded the contract. Issues start cropping in. Maybe this contractor was supporting this. So it becomes political, which is unconstitutional and which is unfair. Because who ends up suffering? The mwananchi ends up suffering. They end up not getting services as required. We've seen scenarios, and I'm very saddened, but I'm happy the Committee of Health really takes up this matter, the issue of even health, whereby hospitals have stalled in terms of their completion, in terms of their equipment that needs to be equipped. But a building is a shell, and you audit, during audit process, you realize millions of money have been used.
Oh, yes.
But simply because it is Governor XX who, opened this, and even when you look at there's
a plaque there that says
it was opened by, Governor so and so. So you find that there's delay. They almost want to start their own new projects, and that's where we are losing. That's where we are having some of these challenges that you see are taking place.
Let's take a break. We come back and continue this conversation and see, so what does the law say in all these matters? What does the law say? And so to what extent are we following the law? And to what extent are we not following the law? And why? It's 26 minutes to 8. Our guest is Senator Tabitha Mutinda. She is the Vice Chairperson of the Finance and Budget Committee of the Senate. We are talking about counties' cash crunch. They have threatened to shut down operations. Well, they've threatened this many times before. Many. Okay. The National Treasury, I'm sure now is just get used to. Watazima. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Ready to take your farm to the next level? The Farm Kenya Annual Mkulima Expo in Kitale is the place to be. Circle the dates, 27th and 29th of September at Ndura Grounds. This year's game-changing theme, safe harvesting and storage, bigger profits. Get hands-on with cutting-edge tech, unlock the secrets of safe storage, and dive into farm-to-fork innovations. Rub shoulders with top players from seed companies, mechanization pros, storage experts, and more, all under one roof. Farmers, MSMEs, researchers, investors, this event is tailor-made for you. It's your shot to elevate your farm and maximize your gains. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be part of the action at the Farm Kenya Expo. Brought to you by Farm Kenya. Powering the future of farming, transforming lives. Kenyans abroad, sending money home should be simple and stress-free. Stay connected back home. Open your Credit Bank Nyumbani Diaspora account today by visiting www.creditbank.co.ke. Just a few clicks and you're all set to send love and support back to your loved ones. And that's not all. Explore a world of possibilities, including investment opportunities. It's fast, easy, and secure, bringing you closer to the moments that matter most. Visit creditbank.co.ke or call +254 70 907 2000 to learn more. Credit Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 14 degrees, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13. 14 and sunny in Nakuru with highs of 25 and highs of 23 in a mostly sunny. Nyeri at 16, it's 13 and sunny in Eldoret, going to highs of 24. Mombasa is sunny at 24 with highs of 30, and at 26 Malindi is sunny with highs of 30 as well. 19 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 30, while we'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Kakamega at 18. 21 and cloudy in Kampala with highs of 28 and lows of 17, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 24. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 23. Johannesburg is sunny at 15 with highs of 26, while Mogadishu is sunny at 27, going to highs of 30. It's 15 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21 and lows of 11. Lagos is cloudy at 26 and we're going to highs of 30. After a morning shower, it's cloudy at 22 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 22. As to be expected, the Eastern Bypass is getting chock-a-blocked as you head out towards North Airport Road. Busy traffic then approaching Embakasi and then on to Outer Ring, inbound from Outer Ring as well. So that's busy. We're also looking at a little bit of movement now on Kangunda Road, not the bumper-to-bumper situation that we saw earlier. It's busy on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in hot all the way from Kahawa Sukari out through towards Clay City, Kasarani, and then through towards the Globe Cinema roundabout. So that's doing its thing. Raila Odinga is busy with traffic coming off of Langata Road, which, by the way, is heavy all the way from the Magadi Road junction, so we have to deal with that. We also have to deal with traffic coming off Ngong Road as well as coming out of Kikuyu, so everywhere is busy from what we see, and we're into traffic hour at this moment. Let's see what happens as we get through it this morning. Talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
20 minutes of a conversation left with Senator Tabitha Mutinda on matters of counties and their budget. Senator, so there are various ways of looking at this conversation. Mm-hmm. And I always like saying, let's not conflate issues. We can bring a conversation here and say, but why are counties not raising their own revenues, own source revenues to higher levels? That's a conversation, yes. It's a justifiable conversation, yes. The money that goes to counties, how are they spending it? Look, the Controller of Budget is telling us they're cooling chai and mandas and they're traveling all over the country and spending so much money. Yeah. How they're spending the money, that's another issue. And those are all good issues. And then there's a shareable revenue, which is also in law, as a source of financing and funding county operations. Let's not mix those three. Let's deal with one at a time.
Correct.
Today, let's deal with this one. There is shareable revenue.
Correct.
That is determined at national level. Governors sit together with the National Treasury chaired by the Deputy President. They agree, this is it. As IBEC, let's agree, let's negotiate and say, pesa ngapi tapatikana. We have seen the chair of IBEC in the last year's budget, he said, even if you beat us and whip us, hakuna pesa tutapata. This is what we have. We have now seen in the last negotiations on division of revenue, just like you've told us what happened, there was, the money that even the Commission on Revenue Allocation had proposed. There's what had been proposed by the Senate, and there's what ended up being the money that is to go to counties.
Correct.
Now, again, there's a reduction of that by an extra 20 billion shillings.
Yes.
Looks to me like there's an attempt to not support devolution. And it's a deliberate attempt.
Correct.
Let me give you the examples that I mean. So if you look at the justification that's given at national level on how much money will go to counties, they'll say, so the shareable revenue may be 380, but the total money that goes to counties may be 420. Because there's going to be an extra 40 billion shillings that we are going to put in as national government to go and support counties as conditional grants. Conditional grant for building industrial parks. Conditional grant for supporting health workers through CHPs. Conditional grant for building markets. Conditional grant. Those are county functions that the national government is purporting to do as feeling philanthropic to counties, but they're holding the monies. Why not put the money for building markets into money that goes to counties? Why not put money for fertilizer into money that goes to counties? Or the entirety of the budget on health that supports health workforce into counties? Why does the national government have to pay CHPs? Why?
Correct.
Why not give the money to the counties so they can pay the CHPs in total?
You should join Senate.
I've been there since 2013.
I mean, I'm liking the understandability and the same conversation we have each and every day, asking as to why some of these devolved functions, the monies are not transferred to the counties. Look at the issues of health. Health is devolved, and yet we see our medical practitioners on strike due to delayed salaries. We are also very saddened. That's early this week, I think, if I'm not wrong, on Monday or something, the young, beautiful, intelligent intern,
Yes.
a doctor, I think, who commits suicide due to work frustrations. I'm not sure the exact issue, but according to the socials, they say that she never got her dues on time. Very frustrating, and it's like we are killing devolution. It's not really, the national government is not fully supporting. Same case to the agricultural issue. It's devolved, but still the national government is holding the bigger cake, the bigger share. And that's why in the earlier start, I said monies that should be going to the national government, this deduction, this 20 billion deduction that they are removing from the division of revenue, then they should be removing from the national and redistribute it to the different ministries. Last week, I think, I don't know, was on which media, but I also said that in the near future, we might have very few people interested in even becoming the governors. I'm privileged to also, not only being the Vice Chair of Finance, to also sit in the other committee that does audit. It's called PIC. It's audit as far as special funds are concerned, the grants, the issue of the same also revenue. And you look at the audits and honestly, counties are going concern. Big problems. And governors have to answer to the queries of the previous governors. And we are at the stage whereby we've even recommended and summoned some of the former governors, one of them being Charity Ngilu, the former governor for Kitui, because of the issue of Kikotech. It looks like a crime scene that was taking place. Apart from that, you look at how losses have taken place and these institutions are still ongoing. So I wonder even the interest of governorship moving forward because of the problems that are there. But we hope if these budget cuts are not going to take place to the counties, probably and hopefully the current governors who are in place are going to change this narrative. There's been loopholes as far as on-source revenue is concerned. The targets, even what CRA presented to us in terms of the estimations from the different counties, most of them are not meeting that. There was a proposal to have an e-system that cuts across all the 47 counties, that is standard, that is able to assist in ensuring that they maximize on-source revenue from the counties. Because as we speak right now, without that, then
you don't even know where the loopholes
are. Are causing funds to be lost.
Right.
So, in a nutshell, from the look of things, there's war for funds.
Yeah.
Senate, we don't have any funds. That's fine. We have some small fund, which is called the Oversight Fund, just to be able to assist in ensuring we are able to look at the projects that have been implemented by these governors. Are they running? Are they, working? What's the status? But there is war sort of between where we're coming from, the CDF Kitty, the county government, because the National Assembly Budget Committee, when they also send these amendments to us, you realize the narrative is governors are just eating the money. You know, we are looking at a county as if it's it's a one entrepreneurial institution for this particular governor. This governor is eating the money. We are not really looking at the other team players, the CECs, all the employees from the lower cadre to the highest rank that need to be paid, that are working in these county governments, and their dues need to be paid and paid on time. We are just narrowing it to one individual, you know. But I've also really challenged the governors and asked them to always have continuous engagements and also push on other matters that have really been a thorn. For example, the issue of pending bills. Oh, this one has been something else. Their response was that there was a committee for pending bills that was to verify, because you realize there's some that tunasema kwa Kiswahili hewa, you know, so the supply was hewa. So that verification, which needs to come to a conclusion. Nairobi is leading with the highest pending bills. Yeah. So if you continue and cut them, because for Nairobi they were to get an additional around 20 billion. If they also increase their own source of revenue and they have their stake a bit higher, maybe, of course, they're going to try and sort some of these issues that are there, especially the issue of pending bills. Then, because if we then don't sort, then money will not be circulating. Our people will always be crying.
So, I mean, yes, that does make sense. But from an oversight perspective, would there not be need to ensure that the money that does go to counties is actually well accounted for? Because I can hear the frustration on one side when, okay, we know counties have not received money in this financial year. We know that the CS Mbadi has said, okay, 32 billion will go to the counties, you know, in a few clicks. We get that. But then just a few days ago, we've also seen that counties have had lavish spending of, reports of lavish spending when it comes to things like travel and other luxuries. So how do we play one, from an oversight point of view, how do we ensure that even this little precious fund that is actually going to counties is secured and accounted for? What's the insistence on that?
A very, very good question. Even before I respond, allow me to add this, that my good friend who had talked about 380 and then maybe 40, conditional grant and all this. You know, the 401 billion is in the Constitution. 15% is the share for the counties.
The minimum.
It's not negotiable. It's not a request. I mean, it's there in the law. As far as the 85% share is there for the national government. The other funds, in terms of the grants, their own source revenue, that's money that is also there independently. Now, there has been a misunderstanding from my view, whereby at times the stakeholders and also the people ask, then Senate, when you keep on saying that there are these issues that are there, stalled project, pending bills, what do you do and what are you doing? Let me make it clear, because the same question that now you're asking. In our committees, especially the oversight committees, that is PAC and PIC, we have stakeholders. One of those stakeholders is the Auditor General's office, where we have the auditors. We have the control of budget or representative, Treasury, Ministry of Treasury. And on top of all, we have a representative from EACC. Now, when we cite that there's an illegality or a forensic audit needs to be conducted, as a committee, as senators, we recommend to the relevant body. Now, in this scenario, when we look at, because we are not experts in terms of documentation, is this document forged or not, but in the event that we are able to note that, then we immediately do those recommendations and ask EACC to probe the matter. We've done our part. We've done the recommendation. We've told them, give us a report. Go further. Go deeper. Bring out these issues, analyze them. You are the experts in these fields. You know, you are in a better position to get the forensic experts, also for documentation, to authenticate if this document is original or not, because it could just be there for the sake of the audit, but it's not a genuine document, so that you also give us feedback and take the necessary action. If EACC would fast track most of these recommendations that they get for the county governments, for the governors in short, we will not actually be where we are. So you find that the stakeholders, there's delay, because for us, we've done our part. And I've given you an example of the recommendation that we did when the current governor for Kitui, that is Governor Malombe, appeared. And we were auditing as far as Kikotech issue is concerned. And we looked at the issues, we analyzed, and we did a recommendation. And we said the SEC to look into this matter, but we said we are summoning him to come and also clarify, because the governor referred to the former, government and all that. So we are actioning, but where does our mandate stop? It stops at saying this is our recommendation. Proceed and execute this. Bring feedback to us or take action, because that is enough when we've done that recommendation. And that's where our mandate stops at. Yes. So we've done our part.
Does it extend to then seeking this agency that you've sent recommendations to, say EACC, to ask for periodic reports? What's the progress of implementation of our recommendation?
Correct.
And how often do you then call them back and say, this was our report, which we handed over to you 6 months ago. Where are you with this investigation? Are you completing the investigation?
Yeah, we do follow-ups. And you find that these matters are not, they're quite heavy matters. And the challenge we have is the time challenge. But we keep on pushing so that those matters can be closed and come to a closure. We've seen a few governors who have, like the former governor for Samburu, last month, but one or something, the court took action and is liable. We've seen of the current CS, also the courts asked him to, to do some payments as far as these cases were concerned. What I can say is that in few years to come, as we continue, more governors will be brought to book. More governors will be brought to book. And that's why I earlier reiterated and said, moving forward, if the current governors do not change the narrative of corruption, of looting that has been seen, the opulence that we've seen, then there would be less interest, because nobody would want to move from the position that they are to go to handle a messy entity that has got so many fraudulent cases. And you see, as per Article 179 of the Constitution, clearly says for governors, you are the one who is answerable at that particular moment. So who wants to keep on bearing the burden of the former or the previous government in place?
You know what's been happening, Senator, is by and by, if you just look back, there's a move towards discrediting devolution. In some cases, it's using justifiable data. And you can see, proper data. This is the Control of Budgets report that says this is how the money that's going to devolution units is doing. This is the Auditor General's report showing how the money that goes to devolution is doing. It's highlighted a lot more than what's happening at the national level, which is similar. At the national level, it's the same thing. The Controller of Budget will come and tell us the national government has come and asked us for 6 billion shillings, just like that, to do some things, to do operation security here, to do state functions there, to do to pay what their ICT ministry wanted 122 million shillings outside of budget, and so on and so forth. But we don't highlight as much of that because it appears to be just one entity than the 47 units that are new. So there's a lot of focus onto what's not working in the counties. And this is where the Senate comes in. Because the Senate, you should ensure that those things that are highlighted by these official reports are actionable and the action is actually taken. And the things that are highlighted that are working are also amplified. Because if the devolution dies, Senate dies.
Correct.
There's no reason to have a Senate. Senate is actually the house that protects and champions devolution.
True.
If the Senate is not championing devolution, if all the Senate is doing is sitting back and saying, we're highlighting all these issues and we've done reports and we sit back and you don't push further, then it dies. You'll be part of the larger conspiracy that I see.
Very valid question and concern. Senate is on the forefront, especially this 13th Senate. And looking at where we are coming from, whereby, like, at the current situation, whereby the National Treasury, with the current amendments, them saying that we need to reduce this. We've all refused. We are all supporting and saying, no, what the committee has recommended is what we support. And I'm happy with what senators are doing. Look at the committee levels. Today, as we speak, we stream live. And if you're keen enough, you're able to see, we grill the governors completely to answer to all these questions that are in place. Yes, the issue that is there is just the issue of the timeline. In terms of this matter has been recommended for action, what is the timeline? The issue that is, the loophole that is there is that there is no exact timeline in terms of when we recommend to the EACC and say, do forensic audit, take action or this. There is no timeline that EACC, that is at EACC, that says if this governor if this report has come, then on our side as EACC, we're supposed to do this within a year. It's them.
It's open-ended.
It's open. That's the problem that is there. That's the challenge, if I would say. But then what do we do on our side? It's to keep on pushing to ensure that these matters come to a closure. Yes.
Let's conclude it there, and we thank you for joining us today. So what happens if Governor Mbadi does not release 30 billion shillings by the end of this month as promised?
We will support the governors on actually going on strike. We'll have to undermine there.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Senator Tabitha Mutinda is the Vice Chair of the Finance and Budget Committee of the Senate. She's also a member of other Senate committees. Thank you very much for joining us. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about refugee communities in the country, integration with the host communities. How do we do this? And we'll be talking to two organizations that are working very hard at that and championing creative economy and the digital economy. 8 a.m. news time.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Umaga. The Ministry of Health has confirmed 2 new Mpox cases from Makueni and Kajiado counties. This brings the total number of Mpox cases in the country to 7. According to a statement by the Ministry of Health, the cases are distributed in 7 counties, that is Taita Taveta, Busia, Nakuru, Mombasa, Nairobi, Makueni and Kajiado, with each county having 1 case each. The Health Ministry says there are no deaths that have been reported so far among the confirmed cases. The ministry has urged the public to continue observing the following recommended Mpox prevention measures: avoid close physical contact with infected individuals or persons showing symptoms of Mpox. Similarly, do not touch items such as bedding or clothing that have been used by an infected individual. Limit the number of sexual partners as well as wash your hands regularly. A bill extending the terms of the president and all elected leaders from 5 to 7 years has been published. The Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2024, sponsored by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei, is now set for introduction in the Senate for fast reading. The proposed law increases the term of service for the president, MPs, MCAs and governors to 7 years. Kenyans elect their leaders after every 5 years. In November 2022, a UDA legislator triggered talks after he fronted a constitutional amendment to remove the presidential term limit. Fafi MP Salah Yakub proposed the removal of the term limit and instead replaced it with an age limit of 75 years. However, the proposal flopped, Currently, the constitution limits the term of the president to a maximum of 2 terms of 5 years. President William Ruto has held high-level talks with the president of the Ford Foundation, Darren Walker, in New York 2 months after the Kenyan government accused the organization of sponsoring youth-led anti-government protests. Ruto blamed the protests, which was largely youth-led, to interference from foreign forces. However, following Ruto's meeting with the foundation, he appeared to change tune, praising the organization for pushing for democratic governance and supporting Kenya's initiatives for global economic reforms and climate action. President Ruto had on July 15th trained his guns on the Ford Foundation, claiming it is the financier of the protests spreading anarchy.
Wale ambao wanaleta pesa sijui kutoka wapi ati kujaribu kununua fujo, ati vijana wafanye fujo Kenya, hawa wauni tutawakomesha. Hebu kila mtu tuseme we want peace. Kila mtu. We are going to call them out and we are going to tell them if they are not interested in democracy in Kenya, if they are going to sponsor violence, if they are going to sponsor anarchy, we are going to call them out and we are going to tell them they either style up or they leave.
University students who have complaints about the current university funding model will have to wait a little longer for their appeals to be heard and their banding corrected where necessary. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migos, while appearing before the Parliamentary Education Committee, said that officials have yet to open their appeals. He added that the complaints portal will be open until December and that his ministry is waiting for a team to thoroughly inspect the complaints. However, he insisted that students will be allowed to continue with their studies as the process continues. This event comes at a time when learning has been disrupted across public universities, with students urging the government to look into the queries that are being raised by their dons.
Badaro unapata like empty desks hakuna wase. Kuna kuangana hiyo pesa ya matumizi yenye wazazi wetu tutumia. Unaona saa akikuwa anatutumia na hakuna kitu tunafanya, nikaa tuna waste hiyo pesa. So mgomo ikiendelea obviously tu itabidi funge tu virago zetu turudi home.
As comrades, our request is that the government should listen to our lecturers, because we have heard that they had made an agreement to solve this issue in the year 2021, but so far nothing has been done.
An audit has flagged millions spent by the Kenya School of Law on the construction of a library and a moot court. It has since emerged that KSL has so far paid 358 million shillings on the project that started in June 2013 but is yet to be completed. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu said it was not possible to ascertain that value was obtained for the expenditure incurred. The ultra-model library and moot court project was awarded to a contractor at a cost of 488.7 million shillings and commenced on June 24th, 2013. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, quick look at where we are with traffic this morning. It was already starting to get busy as we got into traffic hour. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway, where traffic is still coming in heavy from Survey out towards the CBD, and it's going to take you through towards Murang'a Road. At the Globe Cinema roundabout, that continues. Uhuru Highway is also starting to pack up quite some. Coming in from Capital Centre, Mombasa Road, out towards the city. Langata Road is an absolute mess. Bumper to bumper through Uhuru Gardens, out towards the Raila Odinga Way Junction, and then heading out towards Ngong Road, which on its own is crazy this morning. In and outbound traffic is doing the thing. So Jago Road is also busy as we get towards Landis. Landis not too bad as you get towards Kamkunji. The Eastern Bypass has quite some traffic as well. And we're looking at traffic still around that Cabanas interchange. It's probably going to carry on for some time. Let's keep our wits about. Tell us what's going on where you are this morning. If you find a good route, let us know. We want to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's coming up to 8 minutes after 8. Thank you for keeping it locked on SpiceFM, on KTN, and everywhere else where we are live streaming this show on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, on TikTok, on Radio Garden. Yes, our Radio Garden signal is back, and we are happy. Somebody was saying that they were not getting a clear signal. Someone else told them, change your gadget.
Must be you.
Hey, what we Kenya? I will tell you things. Okay, so it's like, oh, you're talking to somebody and then you're like, insufficient balance. What will someone tell you? Change your plan. Go to the
new plan.
Which one is that?
It's a star. This is it. It's star 544 hash. That's the plan. You dial that from your mobile phone, and then you'll be given a menu. You'll pick number 4 because it says what? Go monthly. It actually says in capital letters. Go monthly. You will then dial that, and then you will see a whole suite of ideas that you can pick from and say, okay, which one do I do? Do I take the one for 500 shillings? Do I take the one for 1,000 shillings? Do I take the one for 2,000 shillings or 5,000 shillings? Let me tell you the one for 2,000 shillings and what it has. Can you talk for 1,000 minutes?
I know someone who can.
I know somebody who can talk for 1,000 minutes. Can you send 2,000 SMSs? Good morning, Eric. Those are 3 SMSs already.
Yeah.
Not in one. I mean, why do one when you can do 3? 2,000 SMSs over a month, 17 GB of data, so you can, get on the internet, see who's doing what in Australia at 3 a.m. in the morning. And then WhatsApp is free. WhatsApp is free. You can do calls, you can do messages, you can do whatever it is that you need to do because you chose the plan. Because we don't want to hear that annoying sound of tit, tit, tit. No, we don't.
Yes.
We don't want to send a message and then you find out later it never delivered. So Safaricom says, we feel you, we hear you, we understand you. How about you go monthly with all-in-one plan whereby you get all the messages you need, all the talk time you need, all the internet data that you need, and even free WhatsApp. So you never have to be in that embarrassing situation whereby you cannot communicate. Yes. We'll also throw in one better for you. If you do that, take a screenshot of the subscription that you've made. Avin will give you 3,000 bob.
Avin is our resident AI. He's human.
Sometimes.
For the greater part, he's human. But when he's choosing a winner, he's a complete machine. Yeah, he just looks at algorithm and says, what did you do? All right, so let's introduce our guests for the next hour. Stella Sigei is the Executive Director of FilmAid Kenya, and Caroline Njoke is the Chief Technical Advisor at the International Labour Organization, ILO. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning, Harry.
How you doing?
Good morning, Do.
Good morning.
We're well.
Stella, can you talk for 1,000 minutes in a month? In a month?
No.
30 days?
No,
you
I
do more?
cannot. 500 maybe. Half of that.
500?
Yeah.
Caroline, 1,500? Going once?
I could.
You could?
I could.
Really?
Yeah, I'm on the phone quite a bit.
You're one of those.
I haven't kept tab, but if at times it feels like
you're one of those.
I am one of those.
So when you go to the all-in-one package, please choose the one for 2,000 minutes.
That was
so
my
you're
key.
safer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you're safer, okay? Yeah. And then Caroline, then you can go for the one for 1,000.
1,000, yeah.
Because that way then, 500. When you think you do 500, you actually do 999. Yeah, I counted last time. Check. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
We are going to talk about the work that FilmAid is doing with support from ILO in refugee communities in the country and the integration of the refugee communities, right? So there's a gentleman that normally sits where you're seated right now, Caroline. And if he were here, you'd have moved so that you sit there. He gives you the seat of the house. You're on your kiti ya mzee. Then he'd have moved here. His name is CT Muga. He's away this week. He's on holiday. But what he normally does is every week he goes into one African country. He mines proverbs from that country and comes and gives us a proverb from that country, a proverb a day. And the job of our guests is to listen to the proverbs and give their own interpretation of that proverb. What does the proverb say to you? This week, the proverbs are from Senegal. Today's proverb: to spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. To spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. What do you think the Senegalese are saying, Stella?
That's interesting. I think, of course, when you're sleeping, it's an important time because you reflect, and if you remain angry, you're pushed to come up with solutions or to think outside of the box. But of course, if you repent, you let it go. I think to really get out of what is annoying you is important to stay within it. So I think that for me would be what it is, like stay, focus on it, get the solution, get out of it.
Hey,
Very
that's a good
clever.
one. Caroline.
Yeah, very similar to what Stella says. Is also about, for me, is also how do you let go, so that. Can I counter with something similar from my community?
Okay.
And I think it's not just my community, it's probably spoken, that you shall not let the sun set as you still hold anger. So you let it go. And now specifically to the Senegalese one, if you're spending the night in repentance, it's also, you're probably going over and over, what is it that happened? And you probably building castles in the air and beating yourself up. So that's how I would say.
So it's better you sleep angry than
It's
sleep
not
there
really sleep
overthinking about it. When you're angry, you're just pissed off, you sleep.
I believe so. other than creating scenarios throughout the night, and you hear every bad that chips every.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good ones, right?
Indeed.
There's never a wrong interpretation of a proverb.
Well, that's a great thing.
It's what the proverb says to you.
Yeah.
So let's get to understand your organizations. What is FilmAid and what do you do?
So FilmAid is a non-profit organization. Our mission is to focus on increasing access to information, and mainly we are working with the marginalized communities. I know FilmAid is well known for refugees, but also, of course, the two counties that are hosting refugees are very much marginalized and in need of information as well. So Turkana County, Garissa County. So we ensure communities have access to information. We create platforms for dialogue around all the social economic issues that are affecting communities. And also we do what is called social behavior change communication. And what has also been a part of our work is ensuring that we create platforms like this from our media training program. We create programs like the Film Festival, where communities that we serve can present their creative work, their visual work to their communities, but also now to the rest of the Kenyans, to the rest of the world. And it's a beautiful work, unique work from, I call it from a special place. The really audiovisual content from Turkana and Garissa is very extraordinary. Not just, for example, the Turkanas are amongst the most natural actors on film, beautiful, natural. So, that's something extremely valuable, that there's a platform where they can present amazing work and share their stories. And I think also what's important, a lot of people don't really know who these people are. You talk about refugees from nearly 20 countries. So to shed a light on who these people that are amongst us are, there are many different narratives about who refugees are, at least as far as I know. Sometimes it's negative because it's been securitized. People connect refugees with insecurity, for example. But actually, when you connect and see their work, see their stories, hear their voices, and interact, then you get a different picture. And also, it's really the human person. You see who they are and connect with them at that very personal human level.
So who sees the films that you make?
So our primary target is the communities that we serve. So we produce content to respond, say, to education needs. If you're talking about against child marriages, against FGM, back to school campaigns for children, how do you manage, teenage pregnancies, or having conversations now around integration. What does it mean? How do communities that are refugees live with Kenyan communities? So our primary audience, firstly, is the community that we are serving.
Okay.
Then on the secondary level, is then to bring this conversation at the national level with the Kenyan people. So that becomes a different audience, but also engaging with the people that hold responsibilities, NGO workers like ourselves, United Nations, like Caroline here, and then also, the rest of the donors that are supporting the work that we're doing. And, there's a lot of ongoing policy development from the government of Kenya Parliament. So having conversations and reaching out to the people that also make relevant regulations to manage refugees. So that becomes our secondary stakeholder for the content that we are producing. And of course, naturally, if you're a content creator, you really want your content to get to the world. You make it so people see, they hear your story. So there's really the whole creative world that we reach out to, through the film festival, but also all our content is online on various digital platforms. So it's also to just reach out to other creatives, filmmakers, and the rest of the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caroline, ILO.
Yes.
From what we learned in school, is the International Labour Organization. It's a UN body, right? So what are you doing in Kenya? And what are you doing with FilmAid that is dealing with local communities?
Eric, indeed, the ILO is the UN agency for the world of work. What many people don't know is that the ILO is the oldest UN entity. 105 years old.
Wow.
The League of Nations, how old is that?
League of Nations, not 100.
Nearly 70.
It's not even 100 years old.
Yeah.
It was in the 40s,
And so the ILO really came into fore from a social justice perspective. The International Labour Organization gave us the 8-hour day, working day. The ILO gave us the weekend.
Oh, nice.
Especially that, and before that, you can imagine what was happening before that. You worked endless hours to, push an organization's bottom line. And workers were protesting. They were saying, no, we don't have safety in the places where we work. We don't take rest. The ILO gave us the concept of the minimum wage, the maternity leave. A lot of the benefits that we enjoy today in the world of work have come from the ILO. It is a tripartite organization, so we bring together governments, workers, and employers. So in Kenya, our core constituency is the Government of Kenya, the Central Organization of Trade Unions, COTU, and the Federation of Kenya Employers. And these are the most representative trade unions from an employer perspective and workers' perspective. And immediately you can see, because if you want to negotiate minimum wage, there is the worker saying, I need more, probably. Yeah. And then there is the business saying, no, this is not the time for more. And then government exists to set the policies, to sort of be like a negotiator, a go-between. So that's the essence of the ILO. So rights, international labor standards are at the heart of the ILO. And that is what many know the ILO for. Many associate the ILO with industrial action, because people are agitating for better terms of work. But there are no rights without work. Because if work did not exist, as it were, then what rights would we be speaking about? And that is why Kenya is a member of the ILO since 1965. And, in Kenya, we are working on key issues. Of course, supporting the government of Kenya to implement the international labor standards that Kenya has ratified, and it is so many of them. I don't even remember how many. But very important is supporting the different stakeholders in the generation of more employment. We have this perpetual challenge of unemployment. So what is it that we need to do to ensure that we can get more, especially young people, into jobs, whether it's through supporting enterprises, is it access to finance, is it people don't know how to do these businesses, etc. Another area is skilling. you know. And again, we've had this conversation, and people have said over and over again that we have young people that are not a good fit for the jobs that exist. So then we have to look at the skilling ecosystem and see how is it that then we respond to the actual skilling, the actual level and type of skilling that industries and enterprises require. So what are we doing with FilmAid? For a very long time, we've worked with non-displaced populations since 1909, which is when the ILO was founded. But increasingly, and with the SDGs, very strong focus on leaving no one behind. Kenya hosts now roughly 700,000 refugees. There are times when they've been almost 1 million, and that figure, of course, keeps changing. And you cannot actually say that you're on an inclusive development trajectory when you have these 700,000 persons living within your territory without a development focus on them. Okay. And that's exactly where we come in. Countries are asking, countries have been asking, how can we share the burden of hosting refugees? And, one of the ways, why is the burden heavy? Because refugees rely on mostly the international community to support them with food, with education, with healthcare, etc. And in this part of our world, in Kenya specifically, one of the reasons why they're so dependent is because they can't work. Why are they not working? Because there are limited opportunities for work. If you look at Kenya's unemployment, it's already very high. Kenyans are struggling with unemployment. So bring in refugees. How does that conversation go? But also look at where refugees are hosted in Kenya. It's Garissa and Turkana, some of the most really just underdeveloped regions of Kenya. And so how then do we support refugees to support in a labor market that is very small? What are the opportunities out there that refugees can pursue, within the laws of Kenya and be able to make a living and become less dependent on aid? But more importantly for the ILO, it is social justice. Okay. It is just giving them a fair opportunity at life. And that is why we partner with FilmAid.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to mention as well that one of the things about the refugees in Kenya is that quite a number of them have been here also for 30 years. So obviously there is that natural desire to be part of work, to be part of your life, and to take hold and control of your life. So work becomes important. And I think for man to feel dignified, they really need to work. I remember my first experience in Kakuma, just to realize that a grown-up man just sits and waits for everything to be given, which is something that now we are gradually changing. Because, and it's very unnatural. How can you sit every day, day in, out, and expect handouts? So it really takes away the humanity and the dignity, and that is why it's important to really shift and start talking about refugees being part and parcel of how humanity is. And also I think, being part of Kenyan economy, that, which is something important as well, supporting to build the areas where they live.
Okay. So then looking at how this ecosystem within which they live, that's clear. And we're saying that, look, if you're going to have a progressive economy, progressive development agenda, you cannot ignore the almost 1 million people who are living within your borders, refugees. You can't ignore that. Then there's so many layers to that, isn't it? There's status that needs to be looked at. There's immigration. There is education, like you mentioned. There's health. There is infrastructure. There's so much. They've known their lives for 30 years in a refugee camp. That's what it is. We can't color it differently because that's what it is. So how then is the work that's being done, whether it's using the arts, whether it's using film to portray what it is that they're doing, how is that making the connection between where they are currently and what needs to happen in order for them? And we're not even talking about integration. We're talking about survival. How now is that being used to make the connection between where they are and where they can be?
Just to talk from the creative perspective, which is where FilmAid works, one of the important things about self-expression or about storytelling is that sort of behind your mind, you actually tell what your heart desires, right? Because it's like it's spoken word or it's an expression. And we've experienced that many times, that when refugees tell their stories, we understand exactly what it is that they're doing. Or when you talk about engagement, they tell us what it is that they're doing. And that is what is shaping, in fact, the priorities that we collectively have as the Kenya Refugee Operation. We learn from them. And again, like, we have really also transformed greatly. 15 years ago, education was not a priority, but we've learned from them that that's one of their most important agenda, to actually get their children educated. Because again, if you imagine the situation back in their home countries, if you're talking about South Sudan or Somalia, someday they need to return home and they need to rebuild. And to rebuild, you need this pathway. And for FilmAid, of course, and as you also know, you're part of the creative industry, part of media. It's also really, it's a very interesting area of practice, because in a situation where refugees cannot move, the work that we're doing, also a lot of it can be done. You can, for example, if somebody is doing editing, somebody can sit in Kakuma and do editing for you. They don't need to move. It's one of the spaces where you can work from where you are without having to move. So I think there's really lots of ways why creativity, storytelling links to our greater understanding of the priorities of the communities. And again, we learn a lot how the communities want to be represented. The sector in general had a way of talking about SDGs, the big words, and we are fond of them. We have, thousands of them. But then they bring us down to understand that this is actually who we are. This is how we want to be represented. Not poor people surviving, back in Turkana, but people with intentions for greatness as well. So it's really, creativity is something important just in such a context where there's a lot of limitations, because they bring out something different that otherwise we would not have known. And if you just bring people to conversation, naturally they tell you what they want you to hear. But when you let them express it through art, then they are actually able to tell you so much more.
So how do you do it? Is it that FilmAid then has a College of Arts in Kakuma? Do you enroll students? Are you teaching them after that? How do you do it?
So basically, we have different phases of our program. So the first one indeed is a skills development, which then is around media and the arts. So, of course, there's film as one of the primary tools that we are using, but also FilmAid runs a radio station, so we train in radio technology. We also train in music, theatre, and the fine arts. And that is also because of learning how communities want to communicate. And it's very diverse. Some of the communities love to communicate through film, and other through audio, other through poetry. So there is a whole diversity.
Okay.
So we first teach.
So you have a radio station.
Yeah.
Is it that the radio station then has an academy, or are you taking it? So I want to see. Take me through the life of a refugee in Kakuma.
So let me just finalize on the FilmAid. So we basically train on all these different formats, and that becomes our primary partner now to produce multimedia content to respond to the community needs.
So how do you train, Stella?
So we have a training school, basically. So we enroll, roughly we train about 100 individuals annually across the different formats. And then, of course, they go on to work with FilmAid, because we are producing content, so they are part of that. That continues as part of training and, of course, part of work. Then we have the dissemination, and then we have platforms like this, which is advocacy, influencing decision, conversation with the wider community, with the Kenyans and other types of stakeholders. I am not, I will not do justice to life of a refugee in Kakuma, but in general, just look at the fact that it's a community that lives in. It's not restricted, but at the moment, if you live in Kakuma, you cannot just wake up and live. So they live in this space. The international action is providing various services. So children go to school. There's food distribution from the World Food Programme. There's various services around human rights. There are hospitals. They're all, and if you look at the side of Turkana, there's infrastructure. There's a good road all the way to the border with South Sudan. That has also really greatly changed that place, because there's now access. And the change in the way also some of the assistance is being provided is becoming important as part of the economy, because previously there was the food distribution in kind, but now with cash-based intervention, there's the whole business community that is there to sell food, because as a refugee, I receive an X amount of money. I go to the market and buy. So it means, there are all these people selling grains, vegetable, and everything that is needed. And so there's a whole really new emerging economy market value chains from Kenya. It's called Down Kenya, all the way to the camps. And I mean, in terms of really linkage to the work that we're doing, we are also seeing then this shift of that sort of 10 years ago chilling in the camp, to a lot of desire for the young generation to find more, to come out, come to the city, get other durable solutions, get further education. And most of, they are already doing so much better than they were before in terms of education. So there are many more people qualifying for university, tertiary institutions. And so there's really a lot of a need also to do more. And that's also kind of worked hand in hand with the change in policy that is already starting to create a platform where people can leave the camp and be part of a bigger society here in Kenya.
Let's take a break. 24 minutes to 9. Our guest this morning, Stella Sigei. She's the Executive Director of Film Aid Kenya, and Caroline Njoke is the Chief Technical Advisor for the International Labour Organization, ILO. We are talking about refugee communities in this country, hosted in Garissa and Turkana counties. How do we integrate them with the host communities? How can we use the creative arts, the digital economy, to actually help with this integration and to help them also find work and use their own talents to generate their own income? We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. Since I'm not shipping out. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talamu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, still at 15 degrees. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13. Highs of 25 and lows of 13 in a sunny Nakuru at 16. 17 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 24 and at 15. Eldoret is sunny with highs of 24 and lows of 12. Mombasa sunny at 25 with highs of 30 and at 27. It's sunny in Malindi going to highs of 30 and lows of 24. Sunny at 22 going to highs of 30 and lows of 19 in Kisumu. While Kakamega at 21 is sunny with highs of 28 and lows of 17. It's a cloudy morning in Kampala at 21 with highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam at 24 is sunny with highs of 30 and lows of 23. 17 degrees and warming up in Johannesburg, highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's 27 and sunny in Mogadishu for most of Wednesday, highs of 30 and lows of 25, while at 18 Addis Ababa is sunny. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 11. It's cloudy at 26 in Lagos with highs of 30 and lows of 25, and we'll see highs of 33 in a cloudy Kinshasa at 22.
Spice up your life.
The traffic on Langata Road has been one for the books for the last couple of days. It's coming in heavy from Magadi Road, and it's going to touch on Langata Road all the way past the barracks through towards Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Raila Odinga Way will take off some of that traffic, but it's going to join with what's coming off heavy on Ngong Road. So it continues. Huru Highway also is taking in from all your junctions. Lusaka Road as well as Langata Road. We're getting to Haile Selassie and Bunyala Road before that. So that's busy getting into the CBD. Lower Kabete from Spring Valley is also quite busy this morning, as is Limuru Road if we're just going to go through in an easterly direction. Coming onto the Thika Superhighway still continues heavy at Survey. Your service lanes come to an end there. And Limuru Road in and outbound traffic, which is really all inbound traffic because, folks overlap and all that good stuff on a Wednesday morning. See what happens as we get through it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X. # The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Supporting refugee and host communities using creative and the digital economy to integrate, to get work, to have justice. Our guests, Stella Sigei, Executive Director of FilmAid, and Caroline Joke, Chief Technical Advisor at ILO.
So, let's look at, practically what happens that somebody, one would assume that as they go through the education that you speak of, they get training, skills, basic, to do certain things. What happens after that? What do you get? Do you have somebody who goes through tertiary, 3 years? Do they go to school in the surrounding county? Do they go to Nairobi? Do they get a diploma certificate at the end of the day? And then what happens after that?
So when FilmAid firstly selects students that generally have done up to high school, say have Form 4 certification, so they get into about a 1-year curriculum with us.
Okay.
So that's the first year with FilmAid. Then the second year, because we basically then have various forms of work that they can do, they really go on to on-job training within FilmAid. So they spend 2 years with us. And some kind of, if you study media in general, so some come work in film, some work in the radio station, some also take on other types of work, photography to, specifically, they want to, in a sense, like start to specialize. And once they are done with FilmAid, after the second year, we basically support them to come into groups, and some work as individuals, but generally from the work that we've been doing. And we've trained, over 1,000 people over time as FilmAid. And so some are within the camps, either working with us, running their own business. They're already up to 20 businesses out of our training program, and some become employees of the operation, working for other organizations across, international organizations as communication staff. Some are working, for example, within the county governments, because our training program targets both refugees and local communities. So some go on to work for the county government and, further basically focusing around media. And then we have some that leave Kakuma and Dadaab, and they come to study within other colleges. And there are those who receive the durable solution of resettlement, so they go to other countries, and it's different. Some go and focus on media communication, some go and do other things, right? As of course all of us went through that youth, finding exactly where we are good at. So what we're seeing is really quite a number of emerging businesses that are taking on media, and the ones that go back to their countries of origin in Somalia and South Sudan are also the main people that are in media there. They're the people that have some form of knowledge in communication, content production, and work for the media industry in Somalia and South Sudan, as well as, of course, within the Operation Humanitarian Development Agencies. So there is really a big market that they go into, but of course it's not 100% because they all kind of identify what makes the sense to them. And just to highlight one of the key things that FilmAid does is we have what we call the media hub, which in simple terms is set of professional equipment, professional teams that continue to be available to these individuals even as they take on their programs or projects and businesses. They have a place where they can still go, access mentorship and support, and of course to really access professional production equipment.
Talking about, it's 2 years of a training program, on-job training, looks really good. It's integrating the workplace, and this is what you're talking about, workplace demand and the training and what they're training. How then do you support FilmAid as ILO and even others in getting the training that they are doing to these communities recognized, maybe certification, and then even when they go back into their countries, that this training that they did while within Kakuma refugee camp is actually still recognized across borders?
Yeah. It's interesting that you posed that question, Eric, because we actually kickstarted conversations with FilmAid on exactly this. And because with the fantastic work that they have been engaged in, and Stella has spoken to what the transitions look like, the different pathways that they do take. But at the same time, it is, FilmAid is not an accredited training institution.
Okay.
Yeah. So the type of training still, if I say this, and Stella is my friend, so she won't really beat me up.
Maybe later.
I'm in a safe space now.
Yes.
Always.
So we've been looking at there is the Kenya National Qualification Framework, which is the blueprint of all qualifications that are acquired in Kenya, both offered by Kenyan institutions and against which foreign qualifications are mapped, just to ensure that they are at par, that the quality, the standard is really good.
Yes.
And so we've had a conversation with FilmAid on how is it that this excellent training that you do offer, that even integrates work-based learning, which is the dream way of training, how do we then ensure that, we go a step further and have it assessed and certified in line with the Kenya National Qualification Framework? And there are various ways of doing this, and we've explored and we've settled on one. But allow me to go back just a little bit. This year, actually, in May, Kenya adopted the recognition of prior learning policy. It's a game changer. because in essence, this is a policy that allows those skills that have been acquired informally, not within the context of a training institution, on the job experience, to now be assessed and certified. And the truth is, and we see this, that oftentimes there are those that have not necessarily gone through training institutions, but they are so good at what they do.
Good, yes.
I don't want to say the opposite of that, but the reality is that there are those that have excellent papers, but can't do the job as well as those that have been experienced. And so, the recognition of prior learning policy seems to bridge this gap.
Yeah.
And that is one of the entry points that we've seen with the field aid training, that how can we leverage on the RPL now, on the recognition of prior learning policy, and be able to align that with the Kenya National Qualification Framework. And there's a whole process where, tools are developed for assessment, and these students would be assessed at one of the institutions that are recognized in Kenya that offer similar training. And they would say, they'll bring their portfolio of evidence, say, this is the film I did, because it proves that you can actually do the job. And then you are equated along, what level. Equation essentially means this qualification, this experience, and the outcomes that you get from it, where do they fit? Are you at diploma level? Are you at certificate level? You'll be surprised. Some people are so good that they could actually be mapped against a PhD, yet they haven't really been into a formal training institution. So that is the part that we are looking at, and we should be, we are already in advanced stage of this. The other element is, and the beauty of this, you asked Eric, how then does this, because once a qualification is aligned in Kenya, it is much easier then to be recognized, even when you go back home. But if you only go back home with a certificate of participation from film aid
or photos
or photos only, there's really no equation, and that hinders access to the world of work. That may also hinder upskilling. Maybe you want to move from the level where you are and go get a diploma or go get a degree. Unless you have a recognized qualification within a national qualification framework, that may not be possible. So all this is not just for the certification, but we actually do know how the lack of certification can actually be an impediment to actually get into, especially the formal world of work.
It's a rights issue.
It's a rights issue.
So then how do you guarantee, because one would assume, just looking at from, how nations deal with refugees, that there's certain things you look for: re-assimilation, reintegration, at least being able to, how then can these programs contribute towards that expected end? I mean, we talk about, so there are challenges here where it's not fully certified in terms of what you're able to do. But how can they contribute towards that end, where you want you to be able to, one, go back to your country when conflict has reduced to a point where now people are able to live peaceably? So then how will this contribute to that, to say that in the event that should happen, you have been equipped, you have been armed well enough to be reintegrated back, re-assimilated back into your society, based on what you've been able to get, whether it's been in the camp, whether you had a hiatus or furlough where you were able to, get some of this work or this accreditation done for you. How does that contribute toward an end when you look at the bigger refugee umbrella?
So we have what are called the 3 durable solutions for a refugee. So one is that you leave your country. Let me just I can use one of Kenya's neighbors. You leave Somalia, seek asylum, and ultimately become a refugee in Kenya. So one is that you could locally integrate. Often very controversial, political. And I think it is because it is not well understood what integration is. Then there are different levels of integration. The integration that is often thought of is political integration, where people get voting rights. But that's really at the tail end.
Yes.
What many refugees really are looking at, and a survey was rolled out by the IRC on what kind of integration refugees are looking at. The numbers, I don't remember, but they were very negligible. That's the ultimate, but that's not where they are. They're looking at socioeconomic integration. They're looking at forming friendships, building communities, finding a church, finding a mosque, and being a part of that community. They're looking at work. How do I work so that I'm able to take care of myself, but also find meaning in life? Yep. And at that work is where we are at. And ultimately, there is a procedure for becoming a Kenyan citizen that's outlined in the Immigration Act. And that's not, for many of them, that's not it. They want a peaceful community where they can interact with their neighbors, and Kenya is really on a good path towards that kind of localized integration. The other option is what is it called, Stella? Where you go to another country? Resettlement. Resettlement. But it is the dream of quite a number of refugees. Because resettlement classically happens in the global north. It is, resettlement happens Maju.
Yes.
And you know what's the connotation for that? It is thinking about the big highways and
it's better opportunities.
It's really just. But unfortunately, the reality has been that the opportunities for resettlement are smaller and smaller every year, and against a growing number of refugees across the world, because displacement is not just happening and refugees are not just in Africa. We have other wars elsewhere, and so that's a real challenge. And
sorry, if I could just, isn't also just one thing to point out and how it affects it is that you also have the world today where there's a lot of nationalist conversations taking place. So the thought of having refugees coming into your country where you're trying to make your country great again comes into play. So how does that then affect that kind of movement? Sorry.
No, that's a political reality, and it's. I don't think we can say it's a secret anymore. That migration has found its way into a lot of political rhetoric in many countries for a very long time in the global north. But it has also now crept into Africa.
Yep.
It's the same rhetoric, and they will take away our jobs, whereas in most cases, really, the jobs are limited, and that is something that needs to be considered. But there are also so many other reasons why they cannot take up our jobs, and some of it is what we are talking about. And finally, the other durable solution is returning home.
Yep.
Yeah, and for many of us that work in this space, we aspire to this, that situation, the reasons that made people flee would cease and people can go back home.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, for our sub-region, that is not happening as much because the conflicts are continuing, or where they cease for some time, then things flare up and people who had gone back home find themselves returning back to the camp. So now, what the skilling that is provided, the opportunities that are provided to these refugees, prepare them for all these solutions.
Okay.
Because if I'm trained by FilmAid and I become a really excellent photographer, not only can I showcase the stories of my community, I make money while at it when I'm here in Kenya. If I am lucky, and I use the term lucky really figuratively because that is what resettlement is seen as. If I'm lucky and you go to Canada,
1% solution.
The 1% solution, then I can still take that skill that I have with me to that new country that I go to. And even if I return home, then I can still take that. And so it is, compare that to not having that skill at all.
Yeah.
That is the other side of not doing some of the work that FilmAid is doing.
That's a huge gap. I mean, just having the skill and not having the skill, right? So then it requires a lot. If you've done 1,000 so far, those 1,000 people, where are they today?
So again, they're in different kinds of places.
Yeah.
Some are in the camps. Some have been able to come to the urban areas because they suddenly have, capacity to do work and exactly what we're talking about. Once you have the skills, then it meets the opportunity. And so you can come and get hired by KTN or something like this. But, for example, we know really quite a number of refugees that are running businesses here. They're doing, videography, photography, and things like that. And that's one part of it, still within Kenya. And then, of course, there are quite a number that go back home, particularly for Somalia. Nearly our students finish the training program and had to go and run the media.
Next thing
back
is
in
they're
South
heading
Sudan.
back home.
Yeah. In fact, Eric, our trainer there, we're discussing this morning. People just finish the training program and head home because there's absolute work. And then there is also quite a number that go back to South Sudan because there's, all of us are there, and we are very fond of public information, all these things that we can show, the glamorous things that we're doing. So there is work within the sector that they go and do back at home. And then, of course, those who've received a lot of opportunities for resettlement, even though it's a 1% solution. And again, once you're skilled, the opportunities actually are more. Once you're skilled, then you're able to go. Because some of the countries that provide resettlement solutions are also looking for people that are skilled. So that's very important. And refugees are starting to do really, really well in terms of education and upskilling as they go along. So there's a whole lot of people really across the three solutions, literally, resettlement within Kenya and back home.
Sounds also that like FilmAid will require, you have the FilmAid radio station, you need a FilmAid TV station locally on that side. You also need a FilmAid film production outfit. So that it's also absorbing.
Yeah.
And it's you're able to then train a lot more people because clearly there is need.
Yeah.
And there is use.
Absolutely.
For this.
And we are in the communication age, so there's really a lot of need for what we are providing. Yeah. I
know guys who can give you money.
Great.
Oh, I don't know him.
We'd like to meet them.
But Eric, it's FilmAid can do that, but FilmAid can also do with greater partnerships because they may not really be able to have everyone get the work-based learning, and there are different opportunities. I really hope that one day we can have some of the graduates or the trainees from FilmAid participate in traineeships at KTN. Because there's really nothing that stops that from happening.
Yeah.
The law allows it because that is a question that many employers have. Can I hire a refugee? Can I offer a traineeship? Absolutely not. I mean, absolutely yes. Okay. Absolutely yes. Oh, absolutely, absolutely yes. And but then of course there's a requirement for a work permit which can be processed. It's quite clear how that is
done.
All
those things can be sorted.
All those things can be sorted, but refugees do have the right by law to work and earn in Kenya.
It's a good thing to know now. There's another place that we can get trainees from. Thank you very much, ladies, for joining us. We've been having a conversation with Caroline Njuke. She is the Chief Technical Advisor at ILO, and Stella Sigei, Executive Director at FilmAid Kenya, talking about training refugees, giving them the skills, creative and digital economy that can help them integrate. It's 9 a.m. news time.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Treasury is expected to disburse 7 billion shillings this week for the construction of 7,000 classrooms for learners to transition to grade 9. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Agambo, while appearing before the National Assembly Education Committee to respond to concerns on the infrastructure preparedness of the country to transition grade 9 learners to junior secondary school, expressed confidence that at least 11,000 classrooms will be completed by December. The transition requires at least 16,000 new classrooms to be constructed in public schools.
We've already released funds to construct 3,500 classrooms, and the second set, which is 7,500 classrooms, the process has already started. Over 4 billion, I think 4.3. Yes, 4.3 billion was released yesterday to start the construction part of the 7,500. And all these classrooms are calculated to be completed by the end of December, so that when students come in January, they will be in class.
And still on matters education, the Ministry of Education will today hold a meeting with the university's academic staff union and Kenya University staff union officials over a strike dispute surrounding the 2021-2025 collective bargaining agreement. The university workers' strike kicked off on Monday this week, and they've maintained that they'll not return to work until their grievances are met.
The government walked out of the negotiations of this CBA, and we have been having and showing interest of continuing with these negotiations at national level, even though the government has not shown commitment to give us any increment.
We want all the university workers to have the same commuter, the same medical benefits, the same annual leave traveling allowance, with a raft of issues. We want those internal CBA to respond to the welfare of the workers. Solidarity.
We want to call out also university managers, those ones who are intimidating our members in other public universities. Be on notice that anytime, anywhere, we will book vehicles, we will drive to your university, and we will come there and pull you out of that office.
University students on their part have called on the government to address the lecturers' grievances to allow learning to resume.
Kadaro unapata like empty desks hakuna wase. Kuna kwa nayo pesa ya matumizi yenye wazazi hututumia. Unaona saa kikuwa natutumia na hakuna kitu tunafanya, nikaa tuna waste hiyo pesa. So mgomo ikiendelea, obviously tu itabidi funge tu virago zetu turudi home.
As comrades, our request is that the government should listen to our lecturers, because we have heard that they had made an agreement to solve this issue in the year 2021, but so far nothing has been done.
And moving on is that President William Ruto will join world leaders to champion a legally binding international treaty on plastic pollution in New York. Ruto is at the United Nations headquarters for the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. The heads of state and government are gathered this week as part of global efforts to accelerate progress towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals from September 23rd to 27th. Ruto will be the keynote speaker during today's high-level side event organized by the government and the United Nations Environment Programme, well known to us as UNEP. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be in the Nairobi County to preside over two functions. He'll begin with the official opening of the 41st International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation World Conference 2024 at the Edge Convention Centre in South Sea. He is also scheduled to officially open the Nairobi International Trade Fair, well known to us as the Nairobi Show, at the Nairobi Showgrounds in Jamhuri Park. And finally, popular preacher Pastor Ezekiel Odero has suffered a blow after the Court of Appeal declined to reinstate the license of his Kilifi-based New Life Prayer Centre and Church. Last year, Odero's church was among several closed after their licenses were cancelled for not being properly registered. They, however, got orders stopping the closure temporarily, pending a hearing of the case. Justices Daniel Musinga, Katurima Minoti and M. Gashoka agreed with Justice Jairus Nga that the televangelist failed to exhaust all mechanisms before approaching the court. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so what does it look like on the roads this morning? It's still looking just a little bit heavy on the thicker superhighway, and that's just past Survey. But I think we're done with most of the drama that would be the TSH. I've decided to abbreviate it from today moving forward. What else is happening? Coming out of Westlands, nothing much actually. Looks pretty good. And on Gong Road, the drama that was there before has subsided significantly. Langata Road are the ones who've said this morning, Nana, we like this traffic and we're going to keep doing a bumper-to-bumper situation through towards Wilson, out then onto Raila Odinga Way. That's still a bit of a bother. As you then touch on the Uhuru Highway, inbound traffic to the CBD is going to be pretty busy. Also, the Eastern Bypass has reduced significantly. Actually, that's not true. It has gone completely. There's no traffic left there. And you can get onto Outer Ring through towards Allsops. No problem. Looking good, folks. Looks like we'll come out of traffic hour early today, but it's all a wait and see. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 9. So what does the AI say? Has he found are people doing what we're asking them to do?
I don't know about the AI's algorithm and exactly how he's applying it this morning, but perhaps something will come through at some point. He's being, picky in his selection, which is allowed. So you wonder, what kind of selection are we talking about? Well, it's very easy, folks. How do you talk every month? And I'm talking about on your phone, your gadget. You buy airtime, that one of 20 bob, 20 bob, 20 bob. By the time you buy 20 bob 5 times and then you do it 20 times a week, do you know how much you've spent? So Safaricom says, you know what, first of all, let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's reduce your cost on one hand, and on the other hand, let's make sure that you never run out of communication time, whether it's calls, whether it's messages, whether it's internet, data, WhatsApp. So there's this *544#. You dial that on your phone. Okay, you go to the Go Monthly tab. You then go to the All-in-One after that, and you can decide which one it is that you want to pick. There's one for 2,000 bob, which you can get 1,000 minutes of talk time. You can get 2,000 SMSs in the month, as well as 17 GB of data. In addition to that, we'll give you free WhatsApp. How about that?
Yeah. Evo too.
Yes, just because you pay 2,000 bob, which is probably significantly lower than that which you would spend every day when you're buying 100 bob, 100 bob, 100 bob. You get it?
Yeah, I get it.
You get it?
I see.
Now, because of you doing this, our AI guy could give you 3,000 shillings today. So get on it, 2,000 bob, or even 500. Yeah. Subscribe. Send us a screenshot of the subscription that you have made and you've paid, you're finished. SpiceFM KE, AI could pick you and give you 3,000 bob. How about that?
3,000 shillings. Cash money.
That's right.
Kenyan money.
Indeed.
Soon to be printed in Germany.
Voila, for the whopping cost of 24 billion shillings.
Yeah. Sawa. Higher. Today's proverb is this Senegalese proverb.
Yes.
To spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. And I'm seeing people on online are saying, come on, but that's such a simple proverb. I mean, why are people having such a difficult time just interpreting this proverb? Someone said, hasira hasara. They're saying like that in Swahili. Hasira hasara.
Hasira is anger.
Yep.
Hasara is
loss.
So if you're angry,
you're angry, you lose.
For me, I think the plane landed, and I'm going to stick on it, man. Say the proverb again.
It is better to spend the night in anger than to spend it in repentance.
For me, it's that you'd rather be a bit pissed off with yourself because you didn't do something rather than having done it and gotten yourself into trouble, whereby you're thinking, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I did that, or I wish I hadn't. I'd rather be angry that I didn't get to do it not knowing what I would have gotten into. Or it could be after the fact that you realize, oh my goodness, if I had actually gone ahead and done this thing, I would be now in a position of repentance. Rather be angry and pissed off that I didn't get a chance to do it than me having to say sorry to myself and others because I did.
So where's the opportunity?
Opportunity for what?
For doing things.
Well, I mean...
So you don't get angry.
Oh, it doesn't mean that every time you land on it. I mean, you win some, you lose some, right? But in a case where maybe it was... You also find that sometimes when you... Have you noticed that when you really are struggling to do something, in that moment, things are just not clicking. And in hindsight, you think, you know what, I should have just left it alone because it wasn't clicking.
It wasn't working.
It wasn't working. And you find that in those cases are the ones that when you push or insist on something, you either end up regretting or having to apologize for something that went down badly. But things that just kind of click together are the ones that you're not really going to have to regret or apologize over. So usually you can apply your present thinking to things and it works.
Okay. There are 3 former officials of West Pokot County who I don't know whether they're sleeping in anger
or repentance.
Or in repentance. Because those 3 were yesterday charged with 27 counts over the theft of 296 million shillings meant for bursaries. Bursaries equals education. For who? Children. Who? From vulnerable families. Okay? 296 million shillings. Those 3 are former Education Chief Officer Mary Ngoriake, former County Director of Bursary Matthew Arusio, and former Assistant County Director of Bursary Francil Tikol. They denied the charges and they'll be detained for several days pending a ruling on their bond application. The accused made an application to be released on bond through their lawyer Peter Wanyama. The prosecution, through North Rift Director of Public Prosecutions Anthony Feather, did not object to their release on bond, but they urged the Chief Magistrate Dennis Mukyoyan to release them on strict bond terms because the amount of public funds involved is huge. Now, this is, they're in court through the DPP after the EACC conducted investigations. Investigations by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission revealed that the officials siphoned the money through the non-existent County Bursary Education Development and Infrastructure Committee.
Where?
Non-existent. What does non-existent mean?
It is not there, sir.
It is called the County Bursary Education Development and Infrastructure Committee. Okay? The committee officials were involved in irregular cash withdrawals and they prepared fake minutes for meetings that never took place. This is what the EACC said, the DPP said. Investigations revealed that the County Bursary Education Development and Infrastructure Committee was never established, but the members nevertheless assumed the role of members. Further, the officials were involved in irregular cash withdrawals and they prepared fake minutes for meetings that did not take place.
The meetings didn't take place. Then they still created fake minutes.
So first of all, there's a committee that's somewhere, but it has not been established. Okay, and then people assume position of member of this committee. Okay, and then now people do minutes, and they say, "Tukutana, tukasema aje, we bursary disbursement, how much. Approve withdrawal of the money. Money is withdrawn." EACC is saying the minutes are for fake meetings because those meetings never took place.
But the withdrawals were real.
EACC is saying this purported committee was never established. There's nothing anywhere that shows that there was an establishment of this committee. And therefore, there's no record that shows that these 3 were actually properly appointed as members of this committee because the committee does not exist. Okay? But money was withdrawn. Because who are the people? Is the Chief Officer for Education. That is a PS in that department for education.
At the county.
Yeah, and your signatory. Pesa inatoka. The other person is a director of bursary in the county. Okay? And the other person is a former assistant county director of bursary. Okay? So, director of bursary, assistant director of bursary, CO education. Those 3, I mean, if they sign money, a bursary is in a person.
Why should you ask? Yeah.
296 million shillings. Ouch. Now, the thing that this story does not tell us, and probably the EACC should, and maybe even these 3 should, is were there actual people that received
That's
this
what's going
money?
to matter. Hang on. 290 million shillings. Did it go to anybody's education?
Because if indeed the money ended up somewhere, paying for somebody's education,
Then we can say, okay.
start looking. So who's this person? Were they deserving of the bursary in the first place? If nobody, but if there was a non-existent committee and non-existent meetings,
one can only
it is
assume
possible that they are non-existent beneficiaries
of the bursary.
Great.
And that would probably be the direction in which we would head anyway.
Great. Can you imagine that? Imagine that. This is in West Pokot County. Our next guest is from West Pokot County. He is not in the county government of West Pokot. Maybe he'll want to join it in future. But currently, he's an MP for Kacheliba constituency in West Pokot. Titus Late. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm very good.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good to have you on the show today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting me.
Karibu sana.
Great.
I will repeat the proverb so that we can hear your interpretation of that proverb, okay? The proverbs for this week are from Senegal. And I want you to listen to the proverb, internalize it, and tell us, what is this proverb telling you? All right? Oh, first of all, do you know the president of Senegal?
The young man.
Young man?
Yeah.
You're calling him young man?
Yeah, he's a young man.
Someone may think he's like a 21-year-old guy, but no, he's not.
He's a young man.
Yesterday, he met with our president at on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York. And because he is the president, he carries a vote. Okay?
Sure.
And as you know, President William Ruto is leading in the efforts to campaign for our candidate for the AU Commission chairperson, Raila Odinga, who was also there. So President William Ruto introduced Raila to this president of Senegal. His name is Bassirou Diomaye Faye. Okay? And told Mr. Faye, see this Mzee? I have known this Mzee for very many years. He is a trustworthy, truthful man. He can lead Africa to the next. When you're talking about Africa 2060,
embracing the frontier,
this guy will take us there. And I don't know whether Diomaye Faye is going to vote for our candidate, but at least
he knows him.
Yeah, and he has met him one-on-one. They've shaken hands. Yeah, wameongea. The proverb, to spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance. To spend the night in anger is better than to spend it in repentance.
Yeah.
What's your interpretation of it? What do you think it's telling us?
Well, I'm not a Senegalese. I'm not an old man who actually started that. But I think there's a lot of wisdom to what they're saying.
Which is?
Yeah. You can tarry at night with everything that is in you. With your chest and your head high. Carry your burdens. Then leaving everything and allowing it to crush you. You know, when you repent, when you are in repentance, it basically means that you've left everything to the other person. It's to the other person's ability either to forgive you or not to forgive you. So it's like you've already left everything that was supposed to be within your control to another person's control. So probably in the society where they come from, when you allow somebody to take control of what needed to be in your control, this person could misuse it and crush you further. So probably you keep that anger. And
Keep
probably
anger
the following,
and you're in
probably
control.
the following day, you are in control of it. You've not already left it to somebody else. So probably the following day you can be able to handle it. During the day, probably at night it's a little bit difficult.
Don't cede your leverage. You cede ground, you lose leverage.
Yeah.
That's a good interpretation.
Yeah, I don't know.
An interesting one.
Probably could have your own interpretation.
There are very many interpretations. Every person has their own.
Yeah.
Okay? There's never a wrong interpretation. It's always interesting because of context and how you look at things. You're a member of parliament for Kacheliba constituency.
Sure.
Kacheliba is in West Pokot. But also in the National Assembly, then you have the role of serving the country from the National Assembly point. Very many things are happening in the country right now, and eyes are on Parliament, and people have been, asking themselves, is Parliament alive to all the things that are happening in the country at present. Right? Let's look at what happened in June, July. There was a whole issue of budget and budget making and pushback from the people and the actions on Parliament. And thereafter, the revision of the budget itself by Parliament. Currently, we are seeing laws that have been passed by Parliament. They are challenged in court and they're being found to be unconstitutional, one after another, you know? And people then ask themselves, kwani this Parliament, kwani they don't understand the Constitution? Kwani what's going on? CDF, unconstitutional. Privatization law, unconstitutional. The
initially SHA unconstitutional.
It's in court.
Bill.
Finance Act, unconstitutional. Hey, housing levy, unconstitutional. Buana. What's happening?
I appreciate that. I think the first thing we need to know is there is no tree that does not have fruits that is being thrown, stones are thrown at. If you find that a tree is stones are thrown into a tree, it basically means that it got fruits. Mm-hmm. So if in any part of your life you find that there is a tension that is coming onto you, it basically means that there is something, whether positive or negative, that is seen on you. Mm. So I think the fact that people are actually looking at Parliament in this time and every other time basically means that Parliament is kicking, alive and kicking. If it wasn't, then nobody will even talk about Parliament at all. We're talking about Parliament because we know there is something that is happening in Parliament. Mm. That is the first thing. And so what we saw in June, particularly June 25th, when the Gen Zs came into Parliament, it was a process that had started. It started way before that. Mm. And we've seen that going on. And we've seen Parliament passing laws, like you say, that seemingly are unconstitutional. But it's not the first time in this country where we find that even judges, in their ruling, at different levels of our courts, make rulings that are contrary to one another. And as we speak now, we actually know that Kenyans are very litigated. Actually, this is a country where everything is litigated. Mm. I actually was telling somebody that soon we will actually even find that if I want to take dowry to my wife or my wife-to-be and the in-laws don't want to accept, I can actually go to the streets and actually sue them as well. Because the courts are open. Since the 2010 Constitution, I think everybody was allowed to access courts. And our courts have actually been very open. And one thing that we need to be very alive to now is that the three arms of government don't work together at this particular time. And it's not the first time. We've seen this during all other regimes that have gone before us, where when the three arms of government don't work together, one is trying to undermine the other one. We actually have seen initially where the executive has tried to undermine the judiciary or Parliament has tried to undermine the judiciary. Most of the times we find that the judiciary and the executive are working together. But the judiciary and the legislature work together. Most of the times, the one that is a little bit overside is the judiciary, most of the times. And we've seen this. It's not the first time. We actually remember Uhuru when he said we will revisit. He was not talking about anything. He said he was going to revisit the decisions that were made by the judiciary. At this point, we actually are seeing a rift between the executive and the judiciary. And I think some of the rulings that are even being bent now are actually rulings that are made not based on the law. And so it is not right for us to vilify Parliament and to vilify parliamentarians. For in any case, the lawyers...
All judgments that are coming out of the court are based on law.
They're based on law, but I'm telling you, and that's the reason why I've said, you've actually seen contradictory judgments, where if you go to a particular lower court, they make a particular ruling. But if you go to a higher court, they actually overturn the other one. And so basically, the law is also allowed to be, the judges are allowed to interpret law. So sometimes the interpretation goes beyond the written. It goes beyond even the emotional setting of this particular judge.
So that's interesting because
it is.
Having conversations with judicial officers, and they're very clear to us, and I remember very clearly Justice Isaac Lenaola told us about circumstances where they make judgments. They don't just look at things and say, this is what's going to be brick and mortar. But they take into consideration the atmosphere before they make a ruling. They do that because, I mean, they operate in society where human beings are.
They call it judicial notice.
Right? So this law that is brought before, which is what they use and which is what they interpret, they've been given the mandate to do that. So when they interpret the law and they say, look, this is what we see from 1, 2, 3, then because of that we make this particular ruling or judgment. But in other cases, they don't have to really interpret. They can just look at something and say, look, it's very clear what this thing says. For example, the Privatization Act that we see today that has been declared unconstitutional, what grounds was it declared unconstitutional upon? There was no public participation, and we saw that pass through Parliament rapidly. I don't even know how many days it took before Parliament passed it. So on that, what would you say that the judiciary was doing here, that this court then ruled this act to be unconstitutional based on the fact that public participation did not take place? Would you blame the judicial officer, or would you blame Parliament who made the law?
Well, first of all, you've actually talked about the environment. So you talked about not the environment. You talked about they do the law, but they also look at the environment or the atmosphere. That is exactly the term you use. It's not the geographical atmosphere.
No.
It's actually it's looking at the mood of the country. I think
exactly.
That atmosphere is the mood.
Exactly.
And that mood, there is no person in this country that has been given the mandate to be the one that reads the mood of the country, because we do not read the same mood. When you look at the country right now, even as we look at the division between the presidency, that is the deputy president and the president, there are those that think the deputy president is wrong, and there are those that think the president is right, and there are those who think the president is wrong and the deputy president is right. But that person that thinks that the deputy president is right, if he's the judge, then he will make a ruling that is leaning towards the side. But if the other person who thinks the president then is right will make a ruling, so there is no absolute person that has been given the power, including the judges, to be able to deduce the atmosphere. And
yes,
so
they are. That's why there's the judiciary.
They are, but there's a time somebody asked in Parliament, what is this that is called passion? They actually say, do we have a passionometer that measures the passion that you've got? I actually want to ask, do you have the atmosphere? I don't know what we can do it, but I think what we're saying is
pulse of the nation.
Sure, understanding the pulse of the nation. But answer me this, where it is very clear that on law, for something that will be implemented in the country based on legislation, it is a requirement by the Constitution that public participation must take place. So this is my question. I'm taking this particular bill as an example. The Privatization Act 2023 came into law. Parliament passed it very quickly. Somebody went to court and said, hold on a minute, we did not participate. Remember, Constitution demands public participation. Would we say that in this case, the judicial officer at the court was taking into consideration the pulse of the nation, or very purely that public participation did not take place?
Well, I'll actually, first of all, we will need to look at the pulse of the nation, because it is right that we've got a law called the Constitution, and that is the law that is supposed to guide us in this country. It is also right that the judges are given the opportunity to not only look at the law, but also look at the mood and the pulse of the nation. And sometimes they do misinterpret it based on who they are fighting with. Like they're fighting. Please. No, but let me prosecute it.
Yeah.
I will come to public participation. Yesterday I was sitting in a committee, and we were talking about a company called Simba Cement that went to the coast. And Simba Cement bought a company called NRM, which was winding over. And the public, this is a company. NRM had actually been operating in the 90s in the coast. And then with time, it actually sold its shares to Simba Cement. And Simba Cement went to operate. And the citizen went up in arms and said, we were not allowed to participate. We were not allowed to participate. And so when we prosecute, we actually ask both parties to come. When they came, we realized that public participation took place. But then the person that is actually going to court probably was not even available. Everything, and I'll tell you, we will be able to prove that every law that passes, because the constitution is very clear, everything that we have to go through has to go through public participation, and that is always there. We put it in the newspapers of large circulation. We inform people through our websites, and we invite people to come. When we were doing the Climate Act, I remember I sit in that committee. We invited people. Actually, we got around 3,000 memorandums. We got institutions that came. But immediately when this thing was passed, there was one person who went to court and said there was no public participation because he himself never appeared. So sometimes, unless we actually then open up this public participation to mean that every Kenyan has to sit, every Kenyan has to give an opportunity. But if 14 days are given for people to bring in their memorandum and they don't give, it is wrong for them to come back later and say there was no public participation because we did not see it. And yet we were invited, people were invited, and they never came. So if people are given opportunities to bring their inputs into any law
and then they don't
participate, it is wrong for judges, it is wrong for the law to be misinterpreted to mean that public participation never took place, because it is also the responsibility of the Kenyan to appear and participate.
There are several words that are used here when it comes to public participation, even in the supreme law. Sufficient and meaningful, right? And I think what the courts have been trying to push Parliament towards doing is coming into that universally acceptable definition of meaningful public participation. Remember what happened with the housing law, right?
Public participation.
So there was an issue of
public participation.
Public participation in how is public participation being envisioned in the Constitution? How is Parliament rolling out public participation? And when it came to it's called the Housing Levy Act, the Housing Fund Act, right? Parliament then had to adjust and say, okay, we cannot just say because we are sitting in Nairobi and we are accepting written memoranda, we have then listened to as wide a cross-section of Kenyans as possible. And that's why that committee, it was joint committees, they went around the country to ask people what they feel about the introduction of the housing levy and the establishment of the housing levy fund. And they came back with a report. That was different from when a committee advertises and holds sittings maybe once or twice and then retreats to make a report. The issue that even the courts were saying on this particular law was adequate and meaningful public participation. Not that the stages of Parliament were skipped. Not that we did not go through the second reading, which is where the committee then engages stakeholders. It is, did you sufficiently and meaningfully engage the stakeholders? And how much time do we give for that? How much time does the law stipulate? Is there a law on public participation? Parliament has not enacted a law on public participation, so it's still left in the open. And if the evidence that's taken before court shows a judge that such and such and such and such stakeholders did not get an opportunity to have an input, or were in the process of preparing their input because it is a momentous issue, it's a huge issue. We are talking about how to dispose of public assets through privatization. Then the various stakeholders will need to look at various things to present. And before they have had time to look at the various things to present, Parliament has closed that window, moved. Or in the Finance Act, we have presented very, very many weighty concerns about this. But we don't know whether they were considered or not. When you're going ahead to amend in the second reading or the third reading, how much do we know of what was presented by the public? You see, these are the arguments that the courts will bring. And the courts are reading from what's happening in the public. What's a public outcry here? The public outcry here is many of us did not have a chance to present our input.
Well, I think if you look at the Constitution, Article 69D, that is where it talks about public participation. And I think unless then we as a country decides to specifically state what public participation, what thresholds is required to reach public participation. Because from what I interpret, all the unconstitutional rulings that has been done by the courts actually hinges on that Article 69.
Yes.
There was no public participation. Everything else is accepted, apart from the fact they say Kenyans were not allowed. And the reason why I'm asking, if a meeting is actually asked, in the Bible, we know of a person, a big person, I don't know who that Jesus was referring to, who actually had a very big banquet and asked people to come and ensured that people were aware that they were supposed to come. And there was slaughtered of goats and everything, chapatis and everything was brought to the table. But at 3, around 3, he was still waiting for his friends and they didn't come. He was hungry. And he said, let me go to the streets and ask those people on the street to come and enjoy. Basically, I think that is what I can relate to the public participation in this country. Public participation in this country, people don't appear. You know Kenyans, even when we are doing registrations, people don't appear. The last day is when you find people in the queue. Even when public participation, they actually advertise it. They announce it. They ask people to appear. Even when you go to the villages. Because again, what you're telling me is they need to go to the villages. Do we put that? Is it in the Constitution? The Constitution talks about sufficient. I can read that section.
Yep.
Like, you can read it for me. It does not specify the way the judges want. What the judges want is, it states that the state shall encourage public participation in the management, protection, and conservation. So, you see, Parliament, okay, then it goes to Article 118, state parliaments shall facilitate public participation and involvement in the legislative and other businesses of Parliament. 118.
Yes.
It does not give the details of how it's supposed to be done.
Yes.
And so it is wrong for a judge to say, based on his or her thinking, public participation never took place. Because one thing that I will know, if you look at this article, 169 and also 118, it is very clear. It says, as long as you inform people and let people bring their information. The people that come, like the one I've given an example yesterday, when the companies were changing hands, he was not there. And then he comes and say, I was not aware. I and my people that I represent. But the other company, actually, and the good thing is he accused, say, the other company of communities, we need them to be deregistered because they didn't do the right thing. Those are the people who actually appeared and said, yeah, we're allowing this to go on. But because he was not there, and his company, he thinks that the other ones did wrong. And I think if we continue like that, everything in this country is going to be unconstitutional.
But we know the games that play.
Unless then we say...
We know the games that play.
We do not want to say we know the games that play.
Yeah. No, we have. From experience, we see. We see it all the time, whether at a county level, at national level, even in such matters of, community engagement. Because you want an outcome to go a certain way, and you have this side that is, accepting of your proposal and another side that maybe is not accepting of your proposal, then you play a game in such a way that those guys who are likely to come and say yes, no, and have sufficient time, and those guys who are likely to not come and say yes, do not have sufficient time to come and participate. So probably the issue to investigate is, was there sufficient and adequate notice given?
The notice always is actually clear.
Yes.
14 days. Give people 14 days notice.
Was it given in a manner that then also is spread equitably across? Because if you put it's a community issue, you put it in a national newspaper, how many people there read the newspaper? Then there must have been somebody who was sent to one side to say, you guys, please make sure you come. And the other guys are not aware that there's something in the newspaper. Those kind of games are played. And you know it much more. Let's take a break. We'll come back shortly. It is 20 minutes to 10. Our guest this morning is a member of the National Assembly. He is representing the people of Kacheliba constituency in the National Assembly, Titus Lotere. We are talking about the role of Parliament in fostering national unity and what Parliament then is doing, this 13th Parliament in particular. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Ready to take your farm to the next level? The Farm Kenya Annual Mkulima Expo in Kitale is the place to be. Circle the dates, 27th and 29th of September at Ndura Grounds. This year's game-changing theme, safe harvesting and storage, bigger profits. Get hands-on with cutting-edge tech, unlock the secrets of safe storage, and dive into farm-to-fork innovations. Rub shoulders with top players from seed companies, mechanization pros, storage experts, and more, all under one roof. Farmers, MSMEs, researchers, investors, this event is tailor-made for you. It's your shot to elevate your farm and maximize your gains. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be part of the action at the Farm Kenya Expo. Brought to you by Farm Kenya. Powering the future of farming, transforming lives.
A special report. Good morning, kid. Leo, to pay our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders, eh?
Ku-access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Looking at partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13. Also looking into Nakuru, 19 and sunny, 18 and partly sunny in Nyeri, and 18 and sunny conditions going to highs of 24 in Eldoret. It is 28 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 30 and lows of 23, and we'll see lows of 24 in a sunny Malindi at 28. It's sunny at 25 in Kisumu, going to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Kakamega at 24. Cloudy conditions in Kampala with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 23. Johannesburg at 19 is sunny with highs of 27, while Mogadishu at 29 is sunny, going to highs of 30. Addis Ababa sunny at 18 with highs of 22 and lows of 11. And we're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 26 with highs of 30, while it's cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 32. Beijing Wednesday afternoon is sunny at 26. It's cloudy in Paris at 13 and raining heavily in London at 12. We'll round things out in New York, where Tuesday night is cloudy at 17. Coming into Wednesday, highs of 19 and lows of 17.
Chilled Spice.
All right, looks like a good time to come out of traffic hour where not too much is happening on the roads this morning. A smidgen of it left on Kiambu Road coming out of Muthaiga Square, and we'll see the most of it getting into the city on Uhuru Highway. But Langata Road cleared up, looking pretty good. Coming off of the Eastern Bypass, no thing. As well as coming out of Westlands, Waiakiri, Lower Kabete, that has more or less cleaned up. Well done, folks. It's a good thing for a Wednesday. It is, after all, hump day, getting into the weekend. Let's see what happens through the morning. Talk to us, SpiceFM. KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
15 minutes to 10. Our conversation continues with the MP Titus Lydiah.
Well, Shiba, how can you... So we already know the roles of Parliament and the heavy responsibility that rests on the shoulders of Parliament for those three functions of legislation, representation and oversight. How can the people whom are represented, for whom laws are made and over whose processes are oversighted, be sure that something so critical like public participation is done properly from end to end? I ask this because if we don't, because you've talked about the society being so litigious, right?
Very.
Anything that doesn't meet the mark, anything you can whisper, it can be a whisker like that of a cat, very thin, very slim. It'll be taken to court. It doesn't meet the threshold. A judge is going to throw it out based on that. We can see that.
And all the call,
which is we're well within their rights as as courts, as judges. So, in order to safeguard law and the sanctity of it and its creation, how can Parliament ensure that everything that is done within those halls has met the mark, so that even if somebody takes it to court tomorrow, it will have met the threshold and the judicial officer has no choice but to say, actually, you know what? I'm going to throw this petition out because, number one, it met the requirements, meaningful and sufficient for public participation. Because name them, count them. Right now, all of them are hinged on that public participation. How can Parliament ensure that it meets the mark?
Well, first of all, I want to ask this question before I answer. What is the threshold? You've talked about the threshold. Can we know the threshold? Yeah. So that Parliament can be able to be guided, like what is the threshold? Because looking at Article 118 of the Constitution, it does not give those thresholds. And probably we need to write it because, again, Parliament cannot operate on things that are not written on law. So what is the threshold?
Okay. So it could be an issue of not knowing for Parliament.
No, the Parliament knows.
It's the threshold.
Parliament. We want because what Parliament knows is very clear. Article 118B. That is what talks about public participation. And again, if you look at Article 10(2), it's one of the values. Public participation is one of the values of this country.
Yep.
Okay. So when you speak of threshold, like for example, should it be 1,000 people? Should it be 900 out of 1,000?
Because it is not written anywhere.
Okay. Should it be 50 women, 50 men?
Can somebody come out? Because now
that is now the job that Parliament has not done.
Okay.
Let me explain.
Let me say
Finish.
That job, Parliament has done what it knows best. Because if something is not specified, you do it what you know best.
Okay.
And one thing that we know best is issues of inviting public to anything is written down. It's 14 days notice. It is written down. And Parliament has operated clearly on that.
And those are the standing orders of Parliament.
Yes, they have given it out clearly. It is written, it is known, and it's part of the laws in this country. People are invited. And you are supposed to be invited through media of light circulation, including when I come to Spice. And I have to say, okay, well, there's going to be a public participation this day.
Yeah, our committee is sitting.
We all do that. If you go to website, the Parliament website, you find all those things are there. People are very good. They go if you go to pages that are advertising tenders, pages that are advertising jobs, people are always there. But if you go to pages of government that deals with things to deal with public participation, people are not there. And so when the time of public participation reached, people don't come. When we were doing the the budget, we went to various counties. I'll tell you, there are counties where you go after being announced, including on the local radios, you find only 10 people sitting in that hall. And then when you go, people say, but they're not doing something in this county X, Y, or Z, because we are not aware. And yet, they were not involved, even after being informed. So the threshold you're talking about is what I want. And please guide me. Take me to the page that talks about the threshold that judges have always been operating on. Because again, what I know judges are operating on. Judges are operating on the mood. I'm telling you, the mood. That is the mood. And we do not have a moodometer that measures the mood.
They operate
of how.
on the spirit and the letter of the Constitution.
Okay, let's
go to the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. Like you've said, Article 10 sets out the principles of governance in this country. All right? And they say this is how we shall live as a people.
Yes.
For example, Chapter 6 talks about leadership and integrity. And this is how you shall be a person of integrity and occupy public office in this country. Then we have laws that go ahead now to define that and say, for example, there's a Leadership and Integrity Act. There's a Public Officer Ethics Act. There are other laws. Even now, you're talking about, you are currently handling in Parliament a law on conflict of interest. They are all addressing Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Are they not?
Yeah.
Higher. When it comes to public participation, the spirit here is that the sovereign of the country shall be involved in the governance of their country.
Sure. 100%.
And especially in those critical matters, when you're making a law that is going to affect them, when you're talking about taxation that's going to affect them, when you talk about spending money that's going to affect them, right?
Right.
That's a spirit. So what is expected is that now we translate that spirit into those defining laws. Okay? So do we have a law, for example, a Public Participation Act that goes ahead to say this is how public participation shall happen, not only by Parliament, but by all state government agencies. If a Ministry of Mining is working on a new mining policy, how shall it involve the public in the development of that policy? So that when that policy goes to cabinet or it comes to parliament, parliament can look at it and say, have all stakeholders participated in the development of this policy? Or is it just the idea of honchos at the Ministry of Mining? See? Similar, it will say, when parliament is engaging the public, this is what it shall do. It is not just sufficient to say you shall have 14 days notice in a newspaper of public circulation and electronic and whatever media. There is more to that. Is there a Civic Education Act, for example, that says that there shall be budgetary allocation to make sure that there is civic education? Because the things that you're saying are, people can see, can hear. Tutaongea mambo ya budget kesho, kujeni Kachaliba. What's a big town in Kachaliba? Kachaliba town, right?
Yeah.
So kesho tutakuwa hapa Kachaliba, kujeni. People are hearing budget, they're thinking, hiyo kitu hiyo ni kubwa sana. If there was civic education facilitated by another piece of legislation that allocates money to it, people would then be able to understand budget and to understand how to interact with budget and budget issues and appear there. Am I?
You're communicating.
Okay.
One.
Okay.
What you've said, I will still bring you back to, because when judges are making decisions, when they're making ruling, when they're making judgments, they're basing it on a law. They're basing it on a written document. That is the document I'm asking you. Can you tell us that this is what the judges have used to rule out the public participation that has taken place? Because I'm sure it has taken place. To rule that this public participation isn't constitutional. Okay. Can you give me that and tell me this is the law that you never met? If not, then it is based on the mudometer and the pashometer and whatever environment you're talking about, where a judge wakes up and decides, for this, I'll decide it. I've actually met the threshold. For this, I decided it didn't. We need a law. That is the law I'm asking. So that I can also be able to take it to Parliament and say, listen, all the rulings, I think we've actually gone against this law.
Who makes laws?
It is Parliament.
Okay.
So I'm asking,
So if a law,
if the law is not there,
a law that doesn't exist,
yes,
and we know very well,
yes,
for example, if a law on how public participation is supposed to be carried out, number one, number two, the threshold that it is supposed to meet in every instance, because we know the situation on the ground, and sometimes what public participation looks like. We may want to deny it, but we know that sometimes you can call for public participation in a hall, 10 people show up, or we're going to mark the register and say it has been done. We know things like that go on.
Sure.
But if we are saying that there is no law that exists, and we know very well that Parliament passes particular processes to happen, and there is a non-existent law, upon whose shoulders then does the responsibility rest?
It is a lawyer, the Parliament,
to make
the
sure that something like that happens? Absolutely. And in the absence of that, we will continue to have things thrown out. It's the Privatization Act today, it's the Housing Levy tomorrow, it's Shifsha the day after that.
And that brings me to the question.
Based on that. So why then does Parliament not see this and say, hold on, all the things that we've been passing are being thrown out because of this public participation thing. Why can't Parliament actually now say, you guys, we have to deal with this thing and enact?
No, actually, the thing is, you've not answered my question, and you're not answering my question. What is this that makes these judges throw out this thing? Because there should be a parameter. I want you to tell me this parameter, because the parameter we know is in Article 118B of the Constitution.
So what have they said? The judges of the court was very clear that this public participation that took place, whether you bring a paper that says 114,000 people showed up or 10 people showed up, for them it did not meet the threshold.
What is the threshold?
Meaningful
can we get,
and sufficient.
Can we get this thing called meaningful and sufficient? Because if it is not written down, I'll tell you, judges will even if you meet all Kenyans, one person will say, there's a child of 15 years was not met. And so it didn't meet the threshold. It should be written down. It should be clear. Otherwise, all the unconstitutional rulings, the ones that judges have used, they actually hinge it on public participation because their weak point is there. But unfortunately, even for them, they do not say you've gone against this law. They don't. Please give it to me if you've got it now.
When something is unconstitutional, has it not gone against the law?
Which law?
The Constitution.
State it and say, it is at this point you didn't meet 1,000 people. Is at this point you didn't go to village X. Is at this point you didn't talk to the ladies. That is what I want. Please give it to us. Because what the Constitution say, it should be sufficient.
Okay, so let me be clear. What Parliament right now, speaking from you, remember, Parliament, the legislative arm of government, is requesting from the judiciary, the judicial arm of government, right now, is give us a law that is going. Remember,
Not give us law. Give us the parameters that you've used to rule this as unconstitutional.
So give us something that will now explain to us why this particular thing is unconstitutional.
Yes. Is it written? If not, then it is wrong.
Again. Okay, so when things continually being are thrown out of court, or when things are thrown out of an act, what we are saying is that are you saying that the judiciary is failing by not giving the reasons or hinging it on a particular law as to what makes it wrong? Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying, that the judiciary has failed.
So if there is no...
Because the judiciary has failed, they have not said we are ruling it based on this law, based on these parameters. So if those parameters are not there, if now we go to Parliament and do laws that says it is from this point to this point that we think public participation will have taken place. And the judges still think otherwise, because even now, the ruling is based on their thinking. They have not provided for documents.
All right, because it is within their purview to do that as the judiciary, and there's something that sets them aside to do that. So let's step into the world of idealism for a minute, and let's assume that judges will come out and say, you know what, actually it doesn't exist. So you, our third arm of government over here, how about you then give us a law? Give us the law and let us then interrogate it and see how we can make it to work. Whose responsibility would that be?
It is Parliament.
Comes back to your doorstep.
It comes back to your doorstep. But then, before we actually reach there, we will want to ask them, why are you throwing it out? You should have just said, gentlemen, there is a gap. We do not have a law that talks about public participation. We have it in the Constitution. Please, in the Constitution, please can you give us a law that then tells us the parameters? If they rule without those parameters, they are doing it wrong. They're doing it wrong, yeah. They first of all need to say, okay, well, there's a gap. Please. Because this is Kenya. It's not that because I'm in Parliament, I'm supposed to know everything. And the reason why Article 1 of the Constitution says that the power belongs to the people, and the reason why people are brought into public participation. You come to Parliament, if even laws that are made in Parliament are made by Kenyans. People bring in their proposals. Private members' bill, it can be a government bill. You can bring it through a member. It goes through a committee and then it goes off the main house. So Kenyans are allowed to, through their representation, through their representatives, be able to even also make laws for this country. If judges find that within the management of our institutions, we've got something called public participation that is not clear, they've got a right to say, Parliament, listen, we do not want to continue throwing these things out. Please, can you give us parameters? Those parameters are not there.
Do you think generally that Parliament actually believes that public participation is a useful tool?
It's not about Parliament. It's It's about the people of Kenya. I am a person of Kenya.
Asking. There's a reason why I'm asking. Do you believe that Parliament believes that public participation is vital in lawmaking?
100%.
Yes?
100%.
Okay. So then it is important that it's not just bodies filling a hall, but that it's people actually giving their views and their understanding of the way things are supposed to happen across the board. Yes?
It's true.
Okay. If it is so important, why wouldn't there be the insistence then on saying we can't continue to have things thrown out by judges, by the judiciary, and insistence upon saying then we need to make sure that something is crafted, as opposed to an explanation every time being given by who has the purview to say, look, based on my interpretation, this is what I'm going to say. But if a law is crafted and or interrogated to make sure that this is the threshold upon which we're going to exist, I'm going to bring it back to your doorstep.
Let me tell you, I'll repeat and say, all these things are circumstantial. They are based on the feeling of the judges and the lawyers. And the reason why I tell you, something that is being ruled from one court is actually overturned from the other one. It takes me back to the BBI. The BBI was a very wrong process. But it was ruled in court and said it was a very right process, it can continue. But if you come back and look at it again, it's only that the Kenyans rejected. After that, there was another ruling then that actually then came against the other ruling. These are the judges that are sitting, because there are no parameters that the lower court was looking at. There are no parameters that the upper court are looking at. So it is based on the interpretation. Judge A says it is wrong. Judge B says it is right.
Neither the High Court nor the Court of Appeal had said that the BBI was okay. In fact, the High Court was rough. It had even said that the person called Uhuru Kenyatta should reimburse Kenyans for that process.
That is
the Court of Appeal said it's wrong in the way it was done.
Before you go to the High Court and the Court of Appeal, come down.
Tumalizia hapo.
Come down.
Tumalizia hapo. Mheshimiwa, thank you for joining us today. It's 10 a.m. We need to have this conversation. We need to continue this conversation. It's an important one. Titus Late is an MP for Kachaliba constituency. He's been our guest today. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Time runs very, very fast. But we're having a very good time and good engagements. We'll be back tomorrow, Thursday, the 26th. Have a lovely day, 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Former Gor Mahia and Harambee Stars football star Collins Okoh Elias Gatuso will return to the High Court today to seek to be released from remand or bond in his murder case. Gatuso was 2 weeks ago charged with murder alongside his co-accused Sylvia Okoh. They are accused of killing 3-year-old Pamela Tieno Elias Kovian Meyer. The offence was allegedly committed on the night of April 21st into the morning of April 22nd at Kwetu Apartments in Sinai Lakisama Estate in Nairobi. They both pleaded not guilty before Justice Esther Maina at the Milimani Law Court. Gatuso's lawyer Geoffrey Omenke told the court he had made an application for the former star to be released on bond. The application had been served to the state. Elsewhere, the murder case against former Migori Governor Okoth Obado and his aides Michael Oyamo and Kaspal Obiero will also be mentioned today for further direction. The prosecution has finalized its case against the trio, and the court is to decide whether the accused persons have a case to answer. The Ministry of Health has confirmed 2 new Mpox cases from Makueni and Kajiado counties. This brings the total number of Mpox cases in Kenya to 7. According to a statement by the ministry, the cases are distributed in 7 counties, that is Taita Taveta, Busia, Nakuru, Mombasa, Nairobi, Makueni and Kajiado, with each county having 1 case each. The Health Ministry says there are no deaths that have been reported so far among the confirmed cases. However, they are calling on the public to continue observing the following recommended Mpox prevention measures, which include: avoid close physical contact with infected individuals or persons showing symptoms of Mpox. Similarly, do not touch items such as bedding or clothing that have been used by an infected individual, and limit the number of sexual partners, as well as wash your hands regularly or use a sanitizer. That's the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga, and here's the sports news.
Chance here, there's the opening goal, rifled in by Martin Odegaard, linking beautifully with Kai Havertz.
Good morning. Gor Mahia head coach Leonardo Martins Niva has clarified the reasons behind his decision to exclude midfielder Rooney Onyango from the starting lineup in their crucial second leg clash against Al Ahly in the CAF Champions League. Gor Mahia travelled to Egypt aiming to overturn a 3-0 deficit from the first leg at Nyeri National Stadium, but Onyango's omission from the lineup sparked debate among the fans. In response to the questions, Niva confirmed that his decision was based on Onyango's behaviour in the lead-up to the match. Onyango was accused of storming out of a session the day before the match, refusing to comply with the coach's instructions after being asked to play in an attacking role. Nagoya Women's Marathon have extended a special invitation to Kenyan runners, encouraging them to participate in the highly anticipated 2025 race. Recognized by Guinness World Records for hosting over 20,000 participants, the event is set to take place in Nagoya, Japan, with an online virtual marathon for international participants unable to travel to the race site. The Nagoya Women's Online Marathon, which will take place between 9th February 2025 and 31st of March 2025, allows runners to complete the full 42.195 kilometers on a smartphone application, providing an opportunity to compete for